Hey fellas, welcome on into Under Pressure Junior Draft. Back at it again for chill season of 2023, even though it's 2024, don't worry about it. Are you guys ready to watch some goods today? We got a bunch of players, almost all of them below S rank, looking to get some experience and have some fun.
I mean, that's what we're here for. We're just here to have a good time, here for some good vibes. Welcome to Junior Draft, everyone. My name is Broken Pinky. I'm joined by the wonderful Vic Vion on the mic here. We got our first match already squared away. It's going to be Fishbones versus the Mincemeat Pole.
I was so normal about that the moment that Jorian told us we were going to watch a team called Mincemeat Pole. Timing 100.
Unfortunately, there's no mincemeat in this tournament, so we cannot see them in their natural habitat. But
That's the only way we could weaken them. Clearly.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we had to nerf them. It wouldn't have been fair otherwise.
Alright, and I want to make sure I actually have this open so I can actually watch the match. We're going to be going into Mako Mart Splat Zones. Now, this is one of the map mode combos that exists in this game, a classic. However, it's definitely a contender for very strong lockout splat zones sometimes, especially when you don't have the ability to rush in pretty quick without feeding.
Yeah, exactly, because on one half of the map, you're fighting literally an uphill battle when they have your stack, and on the other side, you drop into the enemy team, right into their loving arms, where they just kill you immediately. So it can be a little bit awkward retaking on this map if you don't have the right game plan set forth. So we could see a very fast game, or we could just see a very even neutral heavy game. So either way, I think it's going to be a fun time.
One of the biggest things that I'll see people do, like if you're listening right now and you're wondering, hey, how do I play Mako Mart zones a little bit better? As important as it is to get that zone, don't forget about all the area around the zone. If you steal that zone, like let's say you're on the orange team, right? You steal that zone, your zone is orange, but the entire map around you is blue. If the enemy comes in and takes that zone, now the entire map is blue. When you have the zone, make sure you're getting what's around you too. Don't just say, hey, I gotta watch the zone. Get everything around you. It'll make your life easier down the line.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game in zones is less so map control in the zone itself and more so having map control around the zone. So that way when the enemy team tries to push into mid, they have to go through you first rather than just having a straight shot in. So, I mean, typically the best thing that you can do on spot zones is push up just a bit ahead of the zone or even just as far as possible while still keeping yourself safe. Just to make things as hard as possible for the enemy team to make it back into mid. So there's a little bit of a tidbit there for what you got to do on zone. So maybe we'll see that counterplay come out from either of these teams, but I think we should be getting these teams set up pretty quickly. So hopefully we'll get in this game pretty soon.
Looks like everybody's almost in this room, which we love to see. It can just be so scary to push up because you don't want to like overextend and then die and then you feel like you ruined the whole match. But honestly, it's better to be brave and get used to it. Hopefully it just helps you get better.
Yeah, I mean, you can only make the awesome plays, you know, where you just get like 3-4 kills in a row if you're brave enough to seek out those kills for yourself. So hopefully we have some adventurers in this lobby that are willing to stake their claim on the map.
I'm just always excited to watch. For those that don't know also, today's tournament is going to have 2 sets of games going on. Like we're gonna have 2 sets of commentators, correct? We're gonna have, first we have this pool session, and then we'll be watching the alpha bracket. Today on this first part, it's going to be all sets play all 3. So every team that you see on here will be playing 3 matches.
Yeah, and I mean, that is just for seeding purposes, just to make sure we can accurately, you know, see the teams as best as possible. And here we see all the teams in Group A here. There's actually going to be 4 groups here, 4 Swiss groups for a total of, I think, 49 teams is what we said. And we can see all their names here. None of the games have really had scores recorded yet, but as we go along, we'll see just how the standings shake out. I think the top 2 teams from each pool make alpha bracket, if I'm not mistaken. It might be more than that.
We'll say at least 2.
Yeah.
I would not remember off the top of my head either. Otherwise, I would let you know. Or maybe someone will let us know in chat, and then we can figure it. It is top 2. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorian.
It's always so nice.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Sorry. Shout out also to our wonderful streamer Jorian, who's going to be here for the whole time. Pulling that 4-hour shift, just for the anything, you know, for the content, I guess.
Yeah, Jorian stepping up is very nice. We're very happy to have Jorian here to make sure that the stream works just nice and good.
Works
I wish
all
I
nice.
could remember what I was going to say beforehand. Oh, it was something about the tournament. I don't know. Was it the Mahi Tower? It's part
we do
two,
have
maybe?
we do have Mahi Tower making its grand return to competitive play in this in this tournament. I don't know who invited Mahi Tower to the party, but I guess we're gonna stop by this 2-star hotel and see what happens by it.
What's your vibe on Mahi Tower versus Mahi Rainmaker? Like, I'm kind of a tower hater, and I know, I main Sloshing Machine, but I'm still a bit of a tower hater. I feel like Mahi Rainmaker is even more cruel on average than Mahi Tower.
Don't worry, I'm a Range Blaster player, and I completely agree.
Like, I don't know. Like, Rainmaker on Mahi, it just feels like it's so quick. Like, I see that rotation, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm either gonna gain a ton of points today, or I'm gonna lose a ton of points today, because it's gonna be fast. I'm gonna play way too many of these games.
I mean, it's kind of fun how just quickly the game ends in Rainmaker. With tower control, it's a bit of a slog, and advantage takes like forever just because specials just keep coming in because that's passive special charge is just really annoying.
Hooray!
And then you just fall in the water while you fall off the tower because they threw a booyah bomb at it or something.
I have so many strong Mahi Tower opinions about that water path. Can't believe it's still there after the rework.
We gotta boot up our Wii U's while we still can. We'll play the better version.
Oh,
right.
Let's go. Love to see people doing that. The more people that get to 3K in a season, the likelihood that it'll keep going next time too.
True. Yeah. I mean, getting 3K is pretty huge. I don't think I'll ever get there myself, but that's...
The amount of time that you got to put into that. Oh.
Yeah. But regardless, I think we got everyone in the room now. At last, we got all the teams situated. So in 90 seconds, we will see some actual tournament gaming here. The first taste of Juniors Draft 5 here on the stream. And we just had a patch come in not too long ago, so maybe we'll see a few of those buffed weapons in this set. You know, not a whole lot got changed, but some of the stuff got buffed.
Speedy Ink Brush? Speedy Ink Brush zones when?
You could see Speedy Ink Brush. We could see, I think Undercover Bella could be kind of funny, to be honest.
This is a map where you could actually hop around with it too. Would be fun to see.
That'd be silly, but let's get into it. Game 1, set 1, Fishbones versus Mincemeat Pole. It's going to be on Zones Mako.
Oh, the Squiffer! The Squiffer, we love to see it. We love to see it. I love to see the Explo too. Maybe taking advantage of that new rain buff, or maybe they just really love Explo. You don't ever really know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of buffed stuff on this team. You know, you got the Explo with the rain, the Zap with the damage, and the Forge Probe with the points for specials. So, Fishbone's definitely going to be eating from this patch and already going to be eating with his advantage 2 down on the side of Mincemeat Pole to get things started. And Fishbone's already has a quick control of the zone.
Do you think the members of Fishbone were already playing those weapons prior?
I mean, probably, I would imagine. I mean, these are all pretty fun weapons in their own right, and I mean, I'd imagine they're just happy to be a little bit better.
Oh, and that's the takeover from Mincemeat Pole. I'm trying to figure out if they've got like a funny team tag. I see the O with the little dots on top. Is that the pole? That's what you have to wonder.
Is that the pole?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything that intricate. This hero shot going on a flank, trying for a hero play, gets splatted in the meantime though. Mincemeat Pole trying to hold on for dear life, but they did get 2 down, and Fishbones is going to be a little bit forced to retreat. Mincemeat Pole doesn't have his own yet, but they're getting there.
Oh, Fishbone's trying really hard here to avoid getting that penalty. They can just steal it just a little bit. How is that zone not? Okay, there you go. I was going to say.
Power of Explo, baby.
Because that was a blue zone for a minute.
Yeah, and I mean...
The takeover for Mincemeat Pole. Love to see it.
Knock wide. Zap gets a flank, is able to find one, but Mincemeat Pole gets the zone all the same. And I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about a bit earlier, where it's, I mean, Make 'em Art can be a very back and forth game. That is exactly what we're seeing. Neither of these teams can hold zone for very long. Squiffer's going to get that jump camp though. 3 down on Fishbones means Mincemeat Pole is going to have that lead and is going to have the chance to try and defend this zone. Smaug trying to make some hero plays here with this Forge Pro. Holding on to Booyah is going to pop it here, but it's going to get taken down before they can throw it off.
Very unfortunate, because right now Mincemeat Pole does have a lot of that map control. It's what we were talking about earlier, that unless you can take that back, it's kind of hard to push in, but they're going to take advantage of these chumps to try and get in. It looks like the Mincemeat Pole members noticed that, and unfortunately seeing players go down does not help.
Yeah, 2 down on Fishbones. This is getting a little bit dicey for them. They cannot afford to have many more players go down. They need to start getting some picks, but here comes that Zuka. Booyah Bomb is going to come out on the side of Fishbones. Going to
Great
scatter
location for that.
Yeah, that was a really good place for it, but it's not going to be enough to cap the zone. Misty Pole trying to get this knockout. They're so close.
2 players down on pole. This would be the time. They have to steal it. They're not going to be fast enough. Ah. So close to that take back.
Yeah, just barely ran out of time there at the end. Misty Pole went 3 down, but at that point, the last 2 members of Fishbones were just kind of stuck in a corner, and that's going to be Misty Pole taking a very nice game 1 there.
Now, it doesn't mean that this set is confirmed for Mincemeat Pole, though. It is play all 3, so they do need to still win 1 more to actually take the set.
Yeah, and I mean, if they want to take it in a clean sweep, then they're going to have to win on Mahi Tower. I don't really know a good way to introduce that, but they're going to have to win on Mahi Tower.
Get on tower, don't fall in water. Smile.
Don't fall in water, smile.
Throw wave breaker on tower, that's so everyone is marked, and then shoot at them.
Just shoot the guys, pretty much. I mean, the point of Splatoon is you got to shoot them better than they shoot you. That's just how the game works.
Whether it's by walking faster or just having better aim, just gotta make sure that a gun hit squid / octopi.
Yeah, I mean, just connect the bullets with their forehead and 1, 2, 3 tap, and that's all it takes. We should be getting into this game too pretty quickly. I'd imagine we might see a bit of adaptation from one team or another. Fishbones, I mean, had a very strong zones comp. I don't know if they have a strong tower comp, in comparison. So I guess we'll see.
I don't know, if I'm Fishbones, I'm keeping that Forge Pro for sure. Just because Booyah Bomb is so strong on tower control.
Yeah, I feel like that Explo could be or Explosher could really easily be subbed out for a Range Blaster. But that is also just me being a very big fan of Range Blaster and wanting to see it at all opportunities.
I mean, if we're gonna be swapping out the Explo for another bucket, we can swap it out for a classic sloshing machine, smiley face.
We could see a sloshing machine. I mean, anything could happen. Let's just get into it. Game 2. It's actually going to be the Splat Charger, so we were both incorrect.
They know what they want. They want vacuum on tower.
Ooh.
Duh.
They do want that back on tower. And we are going to see the custom blaster as well with the splashdown. I'm calling it now. There's going to be a splashdown in the water.
How many do they have? Okay, I see. Alrighty, you've already got a pretty good start here for Mincemeat. Oh, never mind. I was looking at the wrong team.
Yeah, Fishbones off to a flying start here. Already on that first checkpoint. Charger's going to be on the tower with that laser being super hard to deal with. But they're trying to run away for dear life to get taken out by the Fizzy Bomb, though. Yeah, I mean, Tri-Slosher already is going to find that pick. Tri is just so good on this map mode. Especially, I feel like Misty Pole is going to find a lot of value out of it as they are going to get that lead from Fishbones. And already at that second checkpoint, water is threatening to drop very fast. And Misty Pole has a lot of control in their hands.
The drop of the water can actually change the dynamic of people's fights, though, because sometimes different weapons end up being stronger after the fact.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and it's a really good double that comes out here.
I mean, the terrain of the map in general is a lot friendlier when the water drops, so a part of me whenever I play this map is like, please just let us get the checks so the water can fall so we can have a bit more fun, and it looks like that might just happen here. Yeah, there goes the water, and there goes the second check. Misty Pole still pushing this tower.
Now here's the question, do they get to stop it? They still have one more checkpoint, the Booyah Bomb coming out to keep them from approaching. Is this going to be a Mahi Tower moment? Do they stop it? They're trying really hard to go and tap this tower here. It looks like there's too many players on there, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, Mincemeat Pole is going to take game 2. It's going to be up 2-0. I mean, they still have one more game to play, but Mincemeat Pole took that game very dominantly, especially after going 3 down at the start.
Now, if I'm the players that are on Fish, I'm telling myself, you know what? I want to steal a game. I want to 2-1 it. It's play all 3. I want my points. Let's see what we can do. I wouldn't give up yet.
Never back down, never what?
Never surrender.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's still one more game, and I mean, as I said a bit earlier, it does really help for tiebreakers if you're able to take a game, even if you lose the set, and it is a little bit volatile. I think top 2 make alpha in a group, the next 2 make beta, and then the next 2 make gamma. So, I mean, those tiebreakers can be the difference between making a bracket versus not making it.
Let's see, it's gonna be, it's Rainmaker on Museum, a classic.
A classic.
Oh, and they're just jumping straight into it. I look back and we're already changing screens.
I mean, no hesitation. These teams know what they want. They want to go at it. I mean, we've been waiting long enough. We're in the tournament. Let's go for it. We are going to be seeing a ballpoint Nuvo, new breed of ink vac, and it's going to be the Spot Trucker. So both teams running that ink vac.
Now the question is, who gets to have the glorious ink vac hero play? Few things feel as good as running a Rainmaker and knowing you have that ink vac right behind you.
Yeah, you can just run forward with reckless abandon. The world is kind of your oyster in that regard. But right now, Miss Meat Pole is going to have the Rainmaker in their hands, all the opportunities at their fingertips, and a lot of members of Fishbones are going to go down right now. Boykus are holding this Rainmaker, could just run it right to the checkpoint.
I know, Sana's holding that spot really good there, just waiting for the Rainmaker to show up so they can jump them. Staying in a really good spot. That Rainmaker is not making it past there. Oh, and Sana lives.
Yeah, but Pop's Crab in a bit of an awkward spot is probably not even going to win the pop here. Just try to find a pick, but no, McJamie's just going to run right past him. Try to get this check, gets it right on the plat, but Miss Meat Pole can still push this forward, can still hold this advantage if they play their cards right.
That Crab, even though they were stuck in that spot, did hold off the Rainmaker for a while. They're having a hard time actually getting to this podium, at least so far. With 3 players of Fish all the way in the back there, they might end up seeing that check finally get picked up soon. They're doing a... Oh, they still don't have it, actually. Good on them.
Yeah, ink vac was popped. The vac explosion is not going to be enough to stop the Rainmaker from dying to something. I don't know exactly what, but Miss Meat Pole pops it for like the 5th time. Still not able to get that checkpoint.
Either Mincemeat Pole's gonna get it, or they're just all gonna wipe at some point, and then we'll see probably a reversal happen here. It's just a question of when. How much more time can Mincemeat Pole use on their side? Oh, and that's a great double by Boy Kisser here, who's gonna be able to... Oh, they forgot the check!
No, he missed!
Oh, no!
They missed the check! Go back!
They probably thought they had it by now. They have gotten there so many times.
Now we got it. Finally, Mincemeat Pole can start pushing past that checkpoint. McJamie holding down the front lines on that hero shot. Booyah Bomb gonna be popped by this Aerospray RG. Boykus are going to be back on the Rainmaker. They know what they want. They want that fish in their hands, and they're going to start running it forward. 2 down on Fishbones.
Very difficult for most of the members right now of Mincemeat Pole to push up, though, because there is a lot of pressure as you start to push up to the 2nd checkpoint. And this is finally almost everybody on Mincemeat Pole going down, getting Fish a great chance to get this Rainmaker out of here and start making push. Moosh is just going to go. There's no one there to stop them right now besides one player.
Yeah, I mean, Moosh is just going to try and hold on to this right side as much as possible. Is able to find one pick. And Rain's going to go down as well, but the Rainmaker is going to fall in the process. With Fishbones setting themselves up for a pretty solid push, but the Tri-Slosher goes down to an errant bomb right now. McJamie is popping that Zuka as well, trying to get the kill. Is able to find one, is able to find 2.
Completely shutting down Fishbones' push here. They had great momentum coming out of the base, but I think they still have the time to take it again if they really want to.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 2 minutes in this game, that is plenty of time to get a Rainmaker push together, especially with how fast it moves. But right now, Mincemeat Pole seems content to stall the time just a little bit, just wait for Fishbones to run at them because you can just pick them off one by one.
Speaking of picking them off one by one, that's a great shot from that Rainmaker there. Are they going to get past 27? There's only one player of Fishbones there, but that Tri-Slosher can be quite a lot to deal with. Stopping both those players, maybe even getting McJamie on Mincemeat Pole as well. And that's 3 down on the side of Mincemeat Pole, so Fishbone's another good opportunity to push out here.
Yeah, this Tri-Slosher has been working really well for them in this game so far. Just able to get a lot of picks, but Fishbones has not been able to convert those picks into a push quite yet, but minute and a half left in the game. Anything can still happen. This is Rainmaker after all. McJamie trying to live large onto this left side group. Moosh going to run right past him. Not so enough, though.
This is a set of engagements here, though, that I think... Oh, my God, Lucas!
Is this going to be the check? It is. The Charger's going to go down right now. Fishbones has the opportunity to make something crazy happen right now. Moosh grabbing the Rainmaker once again. 2 down on the side of Mincemeat Pole. They're starting to get staggered a little bit. Rain running right for the Rainmaker is not going to find the pick just yet. Rainmaker running forward, and it's going to be the lead for Fishbone. Still running forward. 3 points to go. Moosh trying to stay alive. Finally goes down on the podium, but 3 points left to go.
That's a push for Moosh to remember. Between Moosh getting that Rainmaker there and Lukin starting out that great triple earlier, what a great momentum shift for them. And now everything is on Mincemeat Pole. Can they bring it all the way back to the other side of the map?
I mean, now Mincemeat Pole has to run all the way back to a near knockout. Has to get to 2 points or lower. And Boykus are dropping right into enemy territory. 3 of them go down right now immediately. That's a wipeout on Mincemeat Pole. Fishbones has us all but wrapped up. They just have to defend for 20 more seconds.
Yeah, if I'm them, I take that Rainmaker. I'm not going to push forward. Hopefully they stay in the middle-ish of the map. You've seen the aggression, though, that Mincemeat Pole has. I don't think Mincemeat Pole would be scared to run out there and try to catch that Rainmaker player and get one more push.
I mean,
Currently,
scared or not, that's the only chance. Yeah, scared or not, that's the only chance they got. Sana's trying to stay alive, is going to go down in the 11th hour, and Mincemeat Pole swarming by this Rainmaker. This Entry is going to go down. Boy Kisser grabs it once again. It's going to be their last chance for a push. It's going to have to happen in overtime. Boy Kisser takes the long way around. Fishbones starting to get staggered a little bit. This could prove deadly, but it doesn't. Fishbones is able to find the pick and able to win the game.
What a fantastic match. Goes to show the beauty of Rainmaker. Wow.
I mean, it's never over till it's over. Fishbones proving just that with a great push to 3 points and is able to hold it for just long enough to take that game.
And that does mean that Fishbones gets to walk away with a victory under their belt, going 1-2 in this set. GG's to both of these teams. Fantastic showing.
Yeah, Mincemeat Pole is going to win the set. It's going to have that, you know, a more positive win record at the end of the day. But Fishbones at least able to walk away with the game, and that could certainly prove useful in the later stages of this Swiss brackets.
Just watching them spin around now on our screen. I know. I realize chat does not get to see that as I'm saying that.
Yeah, this is the special seat you can only see with the commentator glasses. So unfortunately, it's going to be exclusive to us. But with that being said, we're going to go to a little bit of a break as we transition between matches. So we will see you guys just a little bit with round 2 of Juniors Draft. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Juniors Draft. We're going to be back here for round 2. My name is Pinky, joined here by Vic Vion, of course. And we got the Winging It Wyverns versus the Persistent Prunes.
I love that name. I love Persistent Prunes. They're both really good, actually.
They're both very silly, and I appreciate that. I appreciate them for that. I would like to imagine that all these teams are just full of so much whimsy in their brains and in their hearts. Just here to have a good time, you know?
It's always super fun to see the team like logos as well. The little teeny tiny little prunes on the shield here. Love that, love that.
They're so persistent, and their persistence is going to be tested real fast because we're starting things off on Clam Scorch Gorge.
Clamlet Scorch Gorge, a classic. You bring in your clam all the way deep into the base, because that's just the nature of Scorch Gorge. You throw your clam up, you misaim your clam, and whoops, you died. No more clam for you. Your teammates, they try their hardest to go get that clam, because they see that you missed. They die too. It's over.
I see this map and I just pick a Kraken weapon because I know I don't want to fight on it with an actual weapon.
I love playing the not Kraken weapon, just so I can be that guy who's trying to, like, get everybody before they have the chance to Kraken. Because that's how you beat the Kraken strat. You just kill everybody that isn't the Kraken guy. Woo!
True. But we got some interesting comps here on both sides. We're seeing Vanilla Dually Squelcher with Inkrush Nuvo, which, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see this tournament at all.
Ooh, I mean, you can't disrespect the Inkrush Nuvo. That thing is scary when you're not paying attention to it. Especially on a map like this, they can take that hammer of theirs and they can loop all the way around the center tower, all the way into the base. It's a great way to help their teammate that might be carrying the clam along with them in. Like, you know, in lieu of not actually having a Kraken weapon, why not just let the hammer block the shots a bit? Yeah,
I mean, also Inkrush can just be mad annoying with how fast it is. It did just get buffed. You know, that 3% movement speed buff, it is something. So it's going to be running pretty dang fast, and on a map like Scorch Gorge where it can be hard to traverse a lot of terrain pretty quickly, that can be very powerful.
On top of that, if I remember correctly, I think it did also get an ink consumption buff, so it uses less ink now when it does things, which also will help you to not run out of ink while you're trying to do stuff. And here comes the first clam in here for Winging It Wyverns.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of winged it on that push, but it worked out for them. They got down to 74. They got a modest push, but they definitely upset Persistent Prunes in their defense now. So now they're gonna be fighting to get back into mid, get some, you know, some leverage here, get something stabilized. But here comes Ultra Ethan on this Ink Brush, but here comes that Kraken just as I say it, trying to find some picks, is able to find one on the tower.
The biggest thing that you need to do, and something that Winged It Wyverns did great in this opening push, is they made sure to get their hands on at least a couple extra clams beyond that 80 mark. Whenever you throw in a big clam, it leads to 20 points taken off of your score. So getting just a couple extra can make sure that if the enemy team does bring in like 1 or 2 more clams, you don't accidentally lose your lead along the way.
Yeah, but here comes the Persistent Prunes. Octobrush is able to find a power clam and a trade. 2 clams away from this lead right now, though, but Persistent Prunes has very little stake here. Roller jumps in, is able to find 1 more clam, but Winged It Wyverns actually just managed to get the perfect amount of points there in their beginning push because Persistent Prunes do not have the lead just yet.
This is why you always try to get a couple extra in. Look at that. I'm so glad that like what I actually talked about ended up mattering.
You can predict the future. That's the fun thing about commentators. You either predict the future or you curse it, and there's really no in between.
Yeah, or you're like proven wrong immediately in like 10 seconds afterward. You know, honestly, Persistent Prunes is doing a very good job right now of holding on to these clams. Even though, as I say that, they did just lose their power clam, so...
You know, it's just a little bit weird here, but now 2 down on the side of, I believe, Persistent Prunes. Winged It Wyverns trying to hold on to mid as best as they can.
There we go. Right now we've got a lot of just neutral territory going on here. This Zuka coming out trying to help with getting a push started here. Deep on this Squeezer, trying very hard to paint the floor. I know there just was a small amount of painting nerf that went on with the Squeezer, but honestly, Squeezer still paints super good.
Yeah, I mean, they did nerf the paint just a little. Oh no, the power clam got thrown off the map. Oh, it's so unfortunate, but here comes this Ink Brush on a wide flank. Gets taken out, though, while they have 7 power clams. So unfortunate. Dually Squelcher is able to find the pick on the roller a bit. I mean, they were winging it that push. I'm gonna keep it real with you, but they still have a good amount of map control and a power clam.
I'm so sad for that missed clam there, but they have another one, so it's all good. Yuri here trying to find a way to get on in, thinking about maybe taking those grates. Dually Squelcher does have the range to take advantage of that, but honestly, now would be probably a pretty good time to slip on by. If that Brush player gets into position on their next push, players can also just jump to them, just like they might a Kraken.
Yeah, 3v2 advantage for the Winged Wyverns here. I mean, right now, we are in just, you know, the famous Scorch Clams neutral game where either team really wants to approach. They're both just trying to gather resources for, you know, the next big team fight, just to try and make a little bit of progress onto the enemy ramp. And minutes ago, that is going to benefit the Winged Wyverns more than Persistent Prunes as they have the lead, and they're trying to make another push here. Players are coming from behind, but 2 power clams make it into the basket all the same. That's a huge score for Winged Wyverns.
Honestly, the big thing that Wyverns has on their hand is that they were just holding more of the clams for a longer period of time. Even if you can't push, if you have a lot of those clams on hand, it makes it so much more difficult for the other team to actually get those clams and start their scoring.
Absolutely. 30 seconds left in this game. The Prunes are going to have to be pretty careful about this. They have to get a score here. And Alfino Hill, Osbrush is going to slip past, but not fast enough. Yuri is going to be there with the stop. That power clam is in no man's land right now. It's going to despawn, and the Prunes are going to have to make it happen with just their pity clam in the next 30 seconds.
Well, Gig sees that player running in and isn't able to stop them in time, but I think that they're going to get out of there with that clam. All right, they're keeping that clam safe on the side of Wyverns, and they're just going to run it. Oh, unfortunate. Caught on the climb.
Caught on the climb by the bucket. Tri-Slosh are going to be throwing down another deuce. Steve is able to find plenty of kills, but the splash slips by, gets that power claim into the basket, and the Winged Wyverns going to be taking that game 1.
What a fantastic sneak at the end there by that player on Winged Wyverns, just to make sure to shut this game down before anything had happened. GG's.
Yeah, I believe that player's tag was Gub Gub Chub, and I just wanted to mention that real quick.
A great name. They were
Yeah,
they were
there,
actually
right
really
there.
excited in chat. They saw their team name on the screen, like, wait, that's us!
Let's go! I mean, hey, you're doing it. You can tell your mom you made it on TV. You got a win on a televised Splatoon here. It's pretty big, more than most people can claim.
Let's go. And remember, chat, there's like 150 people here right now that could be cheering you on.
I mean, look, I'm cheering everyone on. I'm here to have a great time, and I think everyone's gonna have a great time. And what is one of the funniest map modes in this game, in my opinion, it's gonna be zones on Bluefin. I love seeing the zone just slowly drift on either side. It's hilarious. I love it.
For those that may not be perfectly aware of how the zone on Bluefin works, internally in the game, it's set up to go one way for one team and one way for the other team. If nobody has control of the zone, it stays directly in the middle.
It just stays in the mid, and then as soon as you get it, it just slowly glides over to the other side. And
There have
it's
been
always
so many times where I've just been on the wrong side and just watched it move away from me, and I'm playing Junior, so I'm like, well, I guess I'm not playing the game anymore right now.
You have to just sadly go on the ramps on the other side, just trying to like have some kind of value.
And it's already moving away again by the time I get there.
You just skulk away. By the time you get there, it's already moving back.
I'm like mentally flipping a coin. Let me in.
It's kind of like if they wanted, I don't know, it's like a manufactured version of Splatoon 1 port mackerel zones in a weird sense.
Oh my
Where you just
God,
kind of get
Lord.
dragged every which way depending on just where the zones are.
There we go, and there's that beautiful zone sitting in the middle there. Oh, we've got the double arrow spray team coming out here. Disgusting. I love it.
Disgusting, horrifying, I love it. Persistent Prunes
Terrifying.
want all that paint in the zone. They want this first cap. They are going to get it. And here comes that zone, moving right along into the side of Winged Wyverns.
Yeah, Prune says, hey, please, can we just keep this zone? We have such an obscene amount of paint going on right now. Please let us keep it.
Oh, Ultra Ethan getting chased down by that Reef Slider. Is actually going to stay alive, though. This Ink Brush living large, even still. Going to pop that hammer.
No, the hammer is
one.
actually going to trip.
Oh, just barely does not. And the zone moving back into mid.
Even like another couple of frames, and I think they would have gotten a triple off of that.
So close, but no cigar. But right now, Winged Wyvern is just trying desperately to fight in the zone. It's not quite going in their favor, though. Camboy finds a peg. Ultra Ethan's going to win that fight, though, but the zone moving back over towards the Winged Wyverns. They have to, you know, get some kind of cap, some kind of penalty to stop the momentum that Persistent Prunes have going for them.
Yeah, even though there is a lot of pain coming on the ground by Persistent Prunes, I feel like Winged Wyvern has the possibility of really winning these fights. They have the weapons to defeat these arrow sprays that are putting all that paint down.
Yeah, they just have to, string together their strengths. And here comes Yuri on that Tri-Swinger doing just that. The Winged Wyverns gonna get their first cap of the game, and now the zone is in the court of the Persistent Prunes. But it's just those arrow sprays up, and they're pretty far away from mid. They're gonna kind of struggle to break free. It's really up to that squeezer to make some room for the teammates right now. So we'll just have to see what happens.
Also, that spot on top of the zone, I'm realizing. I saw a Gub Gub Chub earlier. Oop!
Whoa,
I was about to
Zuka
talk
collab.
about their crab, but Deep said, actually, I really want this zone back for my team. Can we please have it? And here comes the Booyah Bomb out here trying to cap that zone really close. And now it's going to move back to the side of Persistent Prunes again.
Yeah, I mean, one left alive for the Winged Wyverns is not going to be enough. Ethan trying to get onto the zone. They are able to find their ride, but they pop the hammer into the wall. Not able to find any picks of them, unfortunately.
Now we're going to see a lot of retake action going on here by Persistent Prunes, but if I'm the members of Winged Wyverns, I've thought to myself, hey, we've taken this zone back before. We can get it again. They have the weapons to take it back. Just all about timing.
Yeah, you just have to put all your pieces together in the right way in the right time, but they're running out of time to do so. Less than 25 or less than 30 points left on the zone timer right now, and that takes down pretty dang fast. It's going to come down to this team fight. Here comes the Reef Slider, not able to find a pick. 2 down on the Persistent Prunes. It's just this arrow spray. Winged Wyverns is able to get that zone cap, and
Fantastic
are going
movement
to
by
take.
that crab.
Yeah, it's going to be all Persistent Prunes being taken out as well. So Winged Wyverns has another chance to hold onto this zone.
Now, here comes the drink coming up from Wyverns. They're going to use it, so if any of them get taken down by the members of Prunes, they'll be able to come back pretty quickly from anything that goes wrong here.
Yeah, they're out of their penalty too. Team fight, massive team fight happening in mid. Deep is able to find
what a
pick of that
wipeout!
Zuka. Yeah, that wipeout is huge for the Persistent Prunes right there. I don't know how everyone went down. I just saw Zuka just shoot the hammer between its eyes and get that pick right there. But Persistent Prunes is gonna hold on just a little bit longer, but Winged Wyverns gets the zone right back in their favor.
Now we're going to see 3 players go down here on the side of Prunes, which is going to hold them back for a little bit. And this is what, honestly, Winged Wyverns needs. They need to get some map control in front of them and behind them, and then just hope that timer goes down pretty quickly here.
Yeah, but that timer's already out of the penalty. Octobrush is going to be in the zone. Players are starting to go down here. It's going to come down to this team fight. Yuri trying to find this pick on the brush is able to find it, and Winged Wyverns so close to this lead right here. Just have to hold on for a little more time, and they're able to get the lead just barely.
What a good double with that Reef Slider, though. They're trying to set up, because now they got to wait through 36 more ticks to steal this back. Do they see the brush? If they don't take that brush out of there, bad things could happen. What a good pick.
Yeah, they are able to find the pick on the brush right now, and now I'm in a situation that's reversed. Winged Wyverns does not have much time until they lose their own lead. Penalty taken down fast. Tri-Slasher going for the flank.
Tri-Slasher in the back. Fantastic positioning.
Yeah, they're able to find one. The zone is neutralized right now. They have to get a cap. It's 1 versus 1 in the zone, but it's going to favor the Octobrush as Persistent Prunes gets the lead right back, and they're going for that knockout.
Dude, props to Alfino there, not dying and being able to hold on to the zone. Now they're going to be in a really prime spot for themselves right now, trying to get a pick. Everybody said, no, please, get out of there.
It's still a bloodbath in zone. 2 versus 2. Gub Gub Chub and the Crab is going to force off Deep, but they need to get this cap right here right now. They're going to get it. It's going to have to happen in overtime here for Winged Wyverns, so they want to seal this set up. One last team fight to decide it all.
Wyverns does have a lot of bombs. It's just going to be about making sure they don't feed in too fast. Too many picks down at the same time could hurt them here. This Zuka coming out, trying to save the zone here. They have to hold it for their teammates. The arrow sprays aren't going to get there fast enough, it seems, so they're going to try their best. This coming out right here doesn't get any picks of the Reef Slider. It's really close right now. These bombs could get a couple of very important picks here. It's going to be a 3v3. It's going to be really close, but right now it's not looking very good for the side of Prunes.
And that's going to be the wipeout to seal the deal. Winged Wyverns barely is able to clutch it up at the very end, and it's going to take game 2.
What a fantastic game of Bluefin Zones. Wow.
God, I love this map.
So fun, so fun.
It always just has great games, and that was a great game between these two teams. Let's be honest, that was awesome.
I couldn't tell who was going to win that, honestly.
Yeah, no, it looked all Persistent Prunes in like the first 2 minutes, but ever since, like after that, once Winged Wyverns got that first cap, it was just back and forth and back and forth.
I saw like Alfino on Prunes and Gub on Wyvern taking advantage of that cross in the middle of the zone so much for their crab and for their brush. Fantastic gameplay from both teams.
Yeah, and Deef on that squeezer got a lot of good picks with that. Zuka, Ethan
True.
on the ink brush was very good at staying alive and just being annoying and buying some time. A lot of really good solo plays in that game. Just
There was a lot of
all
really good
coming
pressure
together.
coming out of that bow too, just to keep players where they wanted them to be.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, just it all just coalesced into a really really tight game at the very end that it really could have gone either way. It's just Winged Wyverns this time just so happened to win it, and that's gonna take us to game 3 on another absolute classic of this game, TC Inkblot.
You know, for a draft tournament, it can be so hard sometimes to find synergy with these people that maybe you've just met for the first time. And I feel like both these teams are doing a pretty good job at understanding each other and working with each other.
Yeah, I mean the teamwork is being put on full display, and they are doing a great job of working together, as you said, with pretty unusual circumstances. Not people they've been playing with for a whole long time, but these people are playing really well with each other. It's going to take us to a game 3 here on just the absolute classic map mode of this game.
I think we don't see any weapon changes on the side of Wyverns right now. I think it's mostly Prunes that decided, hey, you know what? What if we tried the mini Splatling? Maybe they want to turn at having some hammer shenanigans going on.
Yeah, they want that hammer power. They want that crab power. They just want their own little breed of it. But right now, it's going to be working out for Persistent Prunes. They are at that first checkpoint. Winging It Wyvern's just going to give it up to them as Gub Gub Chub going to fall into that hammer, and Persistent Prunes still pushing the tower.
They want their point. Honestly, after that game, I would want my point really bad.
Yeah, there's no one ahead of them. I think everything is behind them, but Winged It Wyverns are all going to go down there. Persistent Prunes finds all those picks, and they're already through the second checkpoint.
This is a classic example of just a lot of snowballing that can happen on tower control. For some reason in tower control, whatever team is on the tower is getting a passive amount of special charge, which allows them to get even more specials and keep their push going. Of course, it does mean that if this tower is stolen here from Persistent Prunes, now it's going to be a lot of special points that can go in the hands of Wyverns.
It's just a bloodbath right now on tower. Alfino going to be jumping in. Finally, though, Persistent Prunes all going to be taken down, but they got, in the first minute, they got to 16 points, clearing 2 out of the 3 checkpoints. They have got to feel good about themselves. Winged Wyverns have one heck of a mountain to climb if they want to take the set in a clean 3-0 sweep.
That aggression from Persistent Prunes was fantastic. Props to them.
Oh, absolutely. That was phenomenal. And Campbell here with the flank. Going to be so annoying for this bow to deal with. He's actually just going to run away into the bats. Going to be forcing the whale to be popped by Yuri here. And they're still alive. Meanwhile, Winged Wyverns pushing the tower themselves.
Yeah, might as well. With a couple of players out of the picture, it's a good time to make a push. And how far are they going to get? Can they get past that 16? Are we going to see 2 huge tower pushes back to back?
We just might here. And I mean, that's already the second checkpoint broken. Both these teams only have 1 checkpoint to go, but it's going to be Winged Wyverns still
that
pushing
Aerospray
forward.
player, I feel like, really wants their Booyah Bomb right now, but I think they're going to accept they're not going to get it in time, and they're going to try and help push this tower.
Yeah, oh, it's so awkward now. 21 to 16 is so volatile at this exact moment. Gig just hopping on the tower. All the members of Persistent Prunes behind them. Winged
Look at this fight.
trying to push forward. The crab is going to be on tower. Finds a pick, I think. It's just absolute madness right now. But there's 3 dead on Persistent Prunes. That's the lead for Winged Wyverns and the third checkpoint.
Oh, and here
they're
comes
all
Gub's
going
crab.
down. What is happening, Vic? I don't know.
There's so much. Dude, the fighting, the scrapping, the splatting, the jumps. Even though that was a win for Winged Wyverns, both teams played fantastically in that game. So much aggression.
That was just absolutely wild. We just saw, I mean, the thing that the thing that got this whole thing kick-started at the beginning of the game was Winged Wyverns going too hard in the paint and Persistent Prunes just pushing behind them, and then Persistent Prunes went too hard in the paint and Winged Wyverns just pushed behind them. And Winged Wyverns just converted it to a knockout, just in an absolute bloodbath by that third checkpoint.
Oh, I've never seen so many crabs like popped on tower to try and stop people from holding forward. That was so fun to watch.
Oh man, that was a great set. Games 2 and 3 were just absolute madness in the best way possible, in the way that I so love from Splatoon. What a great set we got to see from both these two teams.
GG's. And now we lie in wait to see what will end up happening next as we bring another round of clips straight to you guys.
Yeah, we got some clips on the screen just for some highlights in that set. I mean, it was a 3-0 game count, but I think in our hearts, everyone here won because that was just a joy to watch. But
Oh, there are so many times in tournaments where you'll see like 2-0, 3-0, and you'll think, oh, it must have been such a clean sweep. One team must have been better than the other. No, this was a crazy game set for both of these teams. They both played out of their minds.
yeah, I mean, they played out of their minds with each other, and they just played some really good games with each other. It just happened to swing in the hands of Winged Wyverns every single time. They got that clutch gene in their hands, I guess, and that's gonna be enough to win them the set.
Yeah, I feel like this is a set they both could look back on and learn from too, which is always something great to have.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of opportunity for improvement here, just because of everything everything in Sandler just happened kind of all at once. You know what I mean?
I remember, I think it's from a really old guide that FLC wrote, where one of the big things about Splatoon is everything is always just going wrong all the time. And it's up to you to minimize all that going wrong, so you can keep on pushing forward.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, that's a great way of putting it. FLC is widely respected for a reason, but as we said, that is going to be all for at least round 2. We'll be back in just a little bit after another short break as we prepare ourselves for round 3.
Bye-bye.
Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in an S-side club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of them when they were young and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm when laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was a girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding/telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his modeling photos were when he did print work back in college, and that her favorite photo was of them at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before, and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were.
Hey, fellas, we're back with more. Welcome back to Under Pressure Junior Draft, Chill Season 2023. We're going to have Windex versus Cephalobomb here. I'm Vic Vion, and I'm here with Pinky. What's up?
I'm doing great. I mean, we're all hanging out here. We were all hanging out in the chat just a bit ago. I believe Box was able to guess Vic's lucky number, and that won you guys another stream set here. So
I rolled a d20, and somebody picked the number real quick. I thought I was going to get more guesses out of that.
I mean, hey, we can run that bit after every set.
I've got the dice. Chat even gets. Listen, we were just watching TikToks. There's your dice ASMR. Pretend I didn't spill like half of them in my lap doing that. All right? It was so cool.
I thought it was a really crunchy chip for a second.
Nope. Makes me want some chips though. Hey, chat. Favorite chips? We do have Robo
Ooh.
Ramen here. We are thinking about food, honestly, but Robo Ramen's not till map 3.
Yeah. Hold on to your chip ideas for the first 2 games. Yes.
No, I was just thinking about chips. I was
Oh.
gonna hold on to my singular chip. Find one. And it sounded like I ate my dice. No, I did not. I would not eat these.
We're
That's
seeing
the way
a,
to break some tooth.
regardless. Yeah, it's gonna be Windex versus Cephalobomb. I'm glad that we're all having a great time with our chips. My personal favorite chip of choice is Takis. I don't know if that would count as a chip in the traditional sense,
It's
but
close enough. It's close enough. I'm like,
chip adjacent.
I definitely enjoy my cheesy chips. You know, maybe like nacho cheese, Dorito, the cheddar cheese, Pringles. A lot of people hate those though, but I really like the cheddar cheese Pringles. I also
love,
like
the-
seeing good games, which we might see
True.
here.
Yeah, we're about to see some good games here. I think we're starting off on a Rainmaker Crab Leg if memory serves, but yeah. Windex versus Cephalobomb here. We're still in the pool stage. We're still in play all 3 territory. We got 3 wonderful maps ahead of us here, so I look forward to just getting right into it. We should be getting into the match soon enough in the next, I think, 2 minutes here. I don't know.
Sounds right to me. I'm trying to remember. Do you know who draws these artworks for the maps off the top of your head?
I don't. I'd imagine it's someone in the really talented TO section. All
It's
the TOs
definitely
are
somebody in our staff, because someone was
Yeah.
asking. So I was like, oh, maybe Pinky will know if I just if I ask.
time. Come to the rescue, please.
Blink, 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 blink.
Yeah, I mean the whole staff under pressure is just really awesome. It's a great community, and I'm glad to present to you guys with this wonderful tournament. We're just gonna get right into the set here between Windex and Cephalobomb, starting on Rainmaker Crab Leg.
Ah, crab leg capital. Here we are again.
Yeah, back on. I don't know. I don't think we've had Crab Leg yet in this tournament.
The undercover!
It's jumping
Remember?
so high now.
Dude, it really does make a difference. I like hopped over a block like my first game with it, and I was like, wow, this actually feels really enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to test it out myself yet, but I just love buffs like that just add functionality. Just make it jump higher. Why not?
Yeah, it's gonna be so good for Salmon Run. I was like jumping over Small Fry, feeling so cool about myself yesterday during Randomizer SR. Still going on for a few more hours, so, you know, if you need something to do after the tournament, go check out if that Random Run is still going on. You know, you can survive Salmon and Smoke Yard for Randomizer Salmon. Smile.
Please.
Transportation after is also really, really good. Look at the weapons. I gotta focus on the game, so I can't tell you about it, but I promise they're really good. You should go take a look.
You should pop into the Extreme later tonight, where
I'm not.
Maybe playing it?
I'm not
Oh, you're
playing Fair Run.
Okay.
I just really like good rotations.
You know what? That's fair.
Ooh,
There's
good
always-
reef slider there to push people away. That poor Rainmaker carries me having a hard time moving forward right now. They're kind of just trapped.
Yeah, how about forced retreat? And this aerospray is kind of terrorizing them a little bit. Is actually able to find the pick here, trying to find the kill on these Tetris as well. Is able to do it. This Levent on this aerospray, kind of popping off.
We have also confirmation that that Splemental made the stock images and the map images are done by Aloe from our staff.
Yeah, shout out to Elemental and Aloe for all that. I mean, shout out to Elemental and of course Time for just being the head TOs and bringing this whole kangaroo together. But regardless, Windex is going to be the one to get that first checkpoint here on Crab Leg here, and that is going to be a pretty good chance for them to just kind of run across this great area.
Did you see that reef slider starting up?
I did not. No.
Oh, it was such a whoa!
Oh my goodness, that splashdown.
And that's what we call a way to turn the momentum back the other way around.
Yeah, right now, Old Prism is able to get that dunk with that Rainmaker
great
breaking
save.
breaking that checkpoint for Cephalobomb. Both checkpoints are broken on this map. Both these teams just have to get one more point if they want to get a solid lead. But I mean, at this point, it's going to come down to just big old pushes. Neon is able to find a pick with that reef slider, too big to actually, I think. And that is going to be a big momentum swing for Cephalobomb.
I think 3 of the biggest pushes we've seen this game came from 2 reef sliders and a splashdown.
Yeah, no, Cephalobomb
Like,
is
real talk. The
There's been
explosions are winning it right now.
There's a lot of big explosions. I mean, big thing go boom. It's hard to deal with. Oh my God, Reef Slider finds another, or no, it doesn't yet.
Bigger boom equals better special. It's what the patch notes always say, after all.
True. Bigger boom, bigger zone. True. I mean, it's how it works. And then Reef Slider
Another
finds the thing
pick?
on the Rainmaker.
How many explosion specials do we have right now? We got double Reef Slider on one team and Reef and Splashdown on the other.
Yeah.
Hoping to God that people don't react in time.
I mean, Zipcaster is also a bit of an explosion special.
True, that's actually true. It does have that one-shot hitbox now.
Yeah, I mean, and we see an Inkjet as well. That thing explodes. I feel like I'm kind of like moving the goalpost on what an explosion special is, though.
I think at the same time the dev team is too. If they can make anything blow up, they can. Does that make Wave Breaker an explosion special now? It's got a point sensor explosion.
Oh, true. Well, no, if it did damage, I would agree, but it doesn't do damage, sadly. Baby steps, though.
Not yet. Oh, the Reef Slider to go around the undercover umbrella screen. Oh my God, Neon.
Neon is actually kind of popping off with these Tetris. We've just been kind of talking about random stuff, but
It's
Cephalobomb
been
has
a
been
really
winning.
close game. It
Yeah.
gets really tight here. Prism needs to get this. Oh, and it's over. Wow!
Oh.
Wow!
Oh, Splashdown finds two. The Carbon is gonna flank this Rainmaker though. Wait, no, finds a pick, gets distracted.
Oh,
Is
Prism
Prism
just
gonna
gotta
run? Oh, not quite. Carbon finds two. Trying to find a third.
Yeah, and I think Prism sees that next kill they want to get. They don't get it, and that's okay. That's okay. It was still a really good run from that Carbon roller. There's a lot of yellow ink here, and if I'm on purple, I just want to take that out of there. If I'm on Cephalobomb, I need to get that Rainmaker, and I need to bring it somewhere else so we can start our push. All they gotta do is hit that podium and jump up there.
Yeah, it's so scary for both these teams. Windex holds a slight lead with 15 seconds to go, holding onto this Rainmaker. They have to stay alive for a little bit longer, but they are not going to. Overtime is imminent. Splashdown is able to get the wipeout. They just have to run it left. Do they know? Are they going to run it left? They run it right. This could be a bit of a throw, but they should make it in time just barely, and that's the lead. Cephalobomb takes game one.
So terrifying. They held the floor so well most of that game. Windex holding it together almost all the way till the end. I think they're going to end up being more aggressive next game just to make sure they can even out this.
I mean, I think they were plenty aggressive this game with the specials, just not quite so much with the Rainmaker.
Absolutely. Good gameplay from everybody. Oh my God. But the Carbon player on Windex.
that was just, oh man. That was a very, very silly game in a lot of fun ways. Regardless, though, I think we're going to be heading on to game two pretty quickly. It's going to be on Clams Museum D'Alfonsino, which is certainly an interesting map for this kind of tournament. I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to shake out for these teams.
That's true. The basket is really far deep into the base on this particular map. Like, you think about Scourge like Clams, that one's pretty far in, but the basket on Museum is really far in.
You have to clear the spinners on each side. Like it's far. Like this is definitely a map where I'm thinking, all right, I pick the Kraken weapon and people jump to me, please.
This is the map where I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to accidentally not pay attention to the Kraken, and I'm gonna climb up the spinner and throw clams at the basket from up top. Hooray!
Yeah, the spinner in the enemy spawns is kind of hilarious because you can just get up into just really hard to access areas, and then people just jump to you, and it's just very silly.
I love to see that happen.
Especially if you get some beacons there, you can kind of swap spawns a little bit. Great time.
And lo and behold, 0 Krakens. They want to fight. This is what I love to see. I'm gonna be so real.
There's significantly less explosions in this game, which is a little bit sad to see, unfortunately. But Cephalobomb still keeping up their explosive spirits, I guess.
On the bright side, though, they do both have a brush. The brush can also go in and be a great jumping target.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the Carbon pop off in that last game. Now it's the Carbon Deco with that burst bomb and that Bazooka. But certainly a very strong kit for it. Cosmic on this T-Tag is going to find a pick with that Tri-Strike. He's going to be holding on to this Power Flame and quickly moving into the enemy territory, stopped by Prism, though.
Oh, yeah, Windex had a really good opportunity there, too. I think they probably were aware that most of the members of Cephalobomb weren't up there. They just weren't fast enough to take advantage of the opportunity put in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really opportunistic in this game because chances don't come often, and when they do, they don't last very long. So just a little bit of undercommitting just is really going to cost you a push there. And I feel like we're going to be in neutral on this map for a long time because even if you get individual picks, once you get on the enemy plat, it is very, very defender favored. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams break through.
That Zuka trying to help them with that breakthrough. Unfortunately, getting taken down pretty quickly here. This NZAP player kind of finds themselves in a pretty bad situation, but I think that they're going to get out of here. They just maybe made the jump. That whale actually giving them a great opportunity to back on out of there. Love to see that. We're almost a cooler on the side of the... Oh, never mind.
We were. I mean, commentator's curse. We talked about it a bit before.
And now we're just back to a 2v2. Actually, it's a 1v2 in the middle here now. A great opportunity for them to go ahead. If they can get this player with the clam, because don't forget that when you're holding a clam, you're completely noticed by every member of the enemy team. It can help and hurt you. Makes people really want to go for you.
That was a very nice splat bomb thrown by Lavenza to get the pick onto that Chester Dooley's. But, I mean, we're just kind of seeing errant picks, you know, going on in mid. Splashing going to be popped. 3 down on the side of Windex, though. Cephalobomb could convert this into something huge. They just have to make their way over to the enemy basket, but that is easier said than done on this map.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just got to take the chance for it. You got to all just rush one way together and see if you can get that last guy. Knowing where that last player is before you go up is, of course, very helpful. And we see a couple players go down from Cephalobombs. This push might be over for now. They have so many clams. They just can't get them up there.
Yeah, 3 power clams is it is a lot. Like, if Cephalobomb gets into the basket, they are going to do some damage.
Oh, and
Neon's just running right through. Are they going to make it? They don't. The splash down gets canceled. Hubba for the 3rd time, but the basket gets broken on the other side by Lorenza.
Lorenza! Completely ruining that push for them. Some more clams coming in. This is the speed buff that we were talking about with the ink brush. It's not much, but it is enough to make some things happen. That is a push that wouldn't have happened just last patch. That 3%-ish difference really saved their game there. Also, I think it might be Lavenza.
Yeah,
looking at it closer.
I misread that a little bit. Oh my god, people are still just dying everywhere. 2 power clams on the side of Windex. Stuck on Cephalobomb's plat, but people are still jumping in. Carbon with the drop roll is going to pick it up, save it just a little bit longer, and people are still jumping in.
Oh, there's so much scrapping going on in this match. Now, if I'm on Cephalobomb, I'm like, no. They're all the way back in their base now. Let's go throw bombs. Let's get up there. Let's do some damage. We gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, we love to throw bombs. Throwing bombs is one of the funnest things you do in this game, because sometimes people just run into them accidentally.
I mean, you know, speaking as someone who loves to play regular old Splattershot Junior, double bomb, throw the bubble down, throw 2 more bombs, I can't really deny that statement, so.
I mean, right now it's 2 versus 2 in the enemy plat. DZ Kazona trying to just run forward, pops the splash on, is able to find a pick, is going to move a little bit further with that power clam, but one is going to despawn right as they, you know, get up there. They don't need many clams for the lead, they just need to get a few in there, but the clam holder is going to get taken down. Yeah, this is kind of falling apart for Cephalobomb here.
Unfortunate. Prism tried to save that big clam, but unfortunately being on the ball point had a hard time backing on out of there. All they need is 1 power clam and then just 4 little clams, and that'll be enough for them to take it. They just have to get an opportunity. And they keep getting a lot of picks. Oh, and this Dooley coming on in here trying to cause problems on purpose doesn't get what they want, but at least it's 3v3 now.
Yeah, I mean, picks are awesome, but what you really want is that control, and that control has been firmly in the hands of Windex for this game. Cephalobomb really struggling to break through right now. 30 seconds left until overtime. This is going to come down. This is going to be dicey, and Carbon is able to find a double there as well over on the left side, and those 2 power clams are in dire straits. It's going to be a wipeout on Cephalobomb, and those power clams are about to despawn.
Ooh. And now if I'm on Windex's side, I'm taking every clam that I can find right now just to make sure that there are no more pushing opportunities on the side of Cephalobomb. If Cephalobomb doesn't get 10 clams in the next couple of seconds, I believe it's just going to end. Oh, and that's a lot of clams going in for Windex. I think that's it.
Yeah, that is it. No time to make another power clam. Windex tying the game count up 1-1, and for the first time on stream, Game 3 is going to hold some merit over the set win. Both these teams are tied up, so it's going to come out into Game 3 to see who's going to win the set.
Ooh, we love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we're here at match points. It's going to be a pretty tense game. Both these teams would obviously want to take the win, but now we can resume our food talks a little bit. It's going to be zones on Robo Ramen.
All right, we need new question. We already asked about chips. Fellas, in the spirit of a Splatfest gone by, what is your favorite candy? Bang. There you go. No. How about favorite dessert? That's so you can have a tasty dessert after visiting Robo Ramen.
Ooh, that's a hard one. That's a really hard one. Dang. Do you have any in mind, Vic? Because I'm struggling to hammer on one.
I'm a very simple woman. I enjoy a classic carrot cake.
A good answer. That's a really good answer.
Or like just a nice like flan. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I don't know. I always love cheesecakes. If I can get a good cheesecake, I'm a happy man.
That's a thumbs up. I can't really say no to that either.
I don't know. I mean, I just like desserts in general. I have a very sweet tooth. So anytime there's sweets.
Handshake?
Huh? T-sweet? Yeah, T-sweet.
Yes! I've only won 2 Splatfests. That was my first.
I mean, hey, shout out to Fry for her one Splatfest win. You'll get the one, girly, I believe.
You know, people always say, oh, join Shiver's team, you'll win. I've been on Shiver's team twice, and neither of those I won. So, here we go. Over here onto Robo Ramen. I'm trying to see. Oh, we've got the return of the Aerospray. Let's go.
Return of the Aerospray here. And I mean, in spot zones, 2 down on Cephalobomb immediately. Cephalobomb cutting back on their own bomb count, realizing that was not what they needed to win this set here. But Windex is going to be pushing forward right off the bat. This Carbon running forward is going to get taken down, though, for their aggressiveness.
You know, honestly, Jade knew what they wanted, though, and I can respect that. I'm sure they'll be back killing more players along the way, too.
Absolutely. I mean, Carbon, you see people, you just want to kill them. It's just how it goes. It's just something, it's a primal urge within you to just want blood.
I mean, hey, the Carbon Roller is one of the fastest, killing weapons in the game. Might as well take the opportunity if it arises. We're gonna see the swap happen here. It is zones on Ramen. I'm just finally realizing in my brain.
Yeah, zones. I mean, zones on Ramen is kind of like the hot new thing on the block. You know, all the competitive players love this map. You know, just for being just pretty much everything you'd want in the zones map right now. We're gonna see a lot of back and forth gameplay, and it's pretty easy to break out a lockout as well. And I mean, we're seeing back and forth gameplay right here in the mid. It's just the zone hands are just switching every so often.
Absolutely, a fair amount of padding. There's a couple of different spots you can stand to pain from afar. Good places you can fire Zuka, smiley face emoji.
Places where you can't react from, all the good stuff.
All of it. Oh, and we're gonna see Windex pushing up here, trying to hold Cephalobomb in their base as long as possible, hoping to get some points. When you want to keep when you're trying to lock a team in like this, not only do you want to pay attention to the map to see where players might be approaching from, but you also want to make sure you don't die in the process of trying to lock them in. Otherwise, you can hurt yourself a lot and your team's progress.
Absolutely, yeah. Windex had some pretty solid control there, but they're going to lose the zone to Cephalobomb right there. The Zipcaster's probably going to get camped here, but Reef Slider going to pop on zone, is actually going to get the cap, and going to get 2 assists here. Lavenza on this Reef Slider has just been so incredibly strong, and that's going to be the cap right here for Windex right back.
It's really interesting. I don't think that Reef Slider actually got the zone's cheese immediate cap. Like, they still had to paint for it afterward.
Yeah, but it gave them one heck of a head start and got a lot of damage on the people in the zone just for Windex to be able to clean through right after that.
Sometimes that's the biggest thing. Like the most recent change to the end zap, which lets you actually, I believe, perfectly combo with your chumps now on the red zap.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can combo with chumps, with you know, indirect Reef Slider, with Slosher, with Stamper. It's kind of insane just how great 30 damage is.
It really can make a difference, and that's going to be, hopefully, the zone cap they need here. They kind of need to catch this now. If Cephalobomb wants us, this poor Brush gonna have to try and work their way in by themselves. They're being patient, though, which is very good. It's just that they can get this zone in time. There's a couple of bombs going in here to try and cap it, but the Reef Slider taking it back.
Splashdown not gonna be fast enough. Oh, so close, but no cigar. Windex is going to be taking the set over Cephalobomb in a very tightly contested 2-1.
What a great set to watch. GG's to both teams.
I mean, we've been having some banger sets on the stream so
know.
far. These have been pretty awesome. I mean, last set where we saw, you know, a 3-0 that was a lot closer than it seemed. Here we got just a close set in general.
It always is good to have those games. Like the one that we just saw on that... The first game of this set is one you could just watch and just... There's just so much scrapping in all 3 of these games, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Game 1 in general was just a lot of fun to watch because people were just kind of showing up and dying and then reappearing and then dying and then showing up and dying. And it was just... Oh, man. I want the total number of deaths in that game because that must have been a golden number.
I want the replay code from that one. I want to see what the chart looks like in that.
Yeah, that's very true. Any players who have access to that full KD chart, Please send it our way. I would love to see it.
No. I'm talking about have you opened up a replay as of recent and seen those graphs?
Oh right, I forgot
Yeah,
about
I want to
that.
see that. I want to see that.
Oh my goodness. Yep, that's a lot. My goodness. Yeah, that game one was ridiculous in all the best ways possible. I mean, that could just kind of be extended this whole set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just got a few more replays to look through here. Man, this was such a good set here, but I think at this stage we're almost done with Swiss pools. I think we just have one more round left to go, and this is where things can get a little bit tight. You know, a lot of these teams are, you know, fighting to get into certain bracket spots, and it's all going to come down to the 4th round of Swiss pools. So it's going to be all that and more. The final round of Swiss coming at you right after this short break.
why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other two children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged in. Said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings who would all hang out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and his new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin the day with her VIPs. So am I the a-hole for wanting to uninvite her to the baby shower? Am I the a-hole if I uninvite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband? My husband and I met each other at a ski lodge 9 years ago. I was with my young daughter, a female friend, and her child. My husband was with his 2 brothers and 3 sisters and a few friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends to enter. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded we come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when he shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room key cards and locked them out so they had to stay with the friends in their room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in an S-side club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of them when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm when laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on me, but the way she was acting looked like she was the girlfriend and not me. She was going around telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his modeling photos were when he did print work back in college and that her favorite photo was of them at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged in. Said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Juniors Draft. My name is Broken Pinky. I'm joined here by Vic Vion, and we are in the final round of Swiss pools. It's going to be Funky Flowers versus the Greatest Goats.
Look at that team profile picture. Oh my god. You know, no matter how old I get, I will always call a logo a profile picture before remembering it's a logo. I do it all the time. I've said it multiple times, I bet you during this stream. It's not going to change. That is wonderful.
I mean, it's a phenomenal logo. Let's be honest. It's a pretty goat logo.
Everybody, can we get some claps in the chat? Can we get some claps in the chat?
But yeah, this is the final round of Swiss pools. I believe both of these teams are 1 and 2 in set counts. So
Ooh.
maybe both. I think both of these teams are playing for a chance to make it into the Gamma bracket here. So whoever comes out on top will put themselves in a solid spot to do so. But they have to get through each other first to get there.
And you never know. Even going 1-3, they might be able to get into Gamma. Depends on how other people performed inside of their pools, respectively.
True. I mean, our first map. Okay, just finally loaded in. We have Ship-Shape Cargo Company on tower control. This is one heck of a start here.
I love the artwork for the Cargo Company one. That one's great. I don't think I've seen that one yet on one of these streams.
Shout outs to Aloe and Elemental for putting the product or the slideshow together thing. I don't know how it all works.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. It just looks good, and I clap my hands. I go, wow, that sure is a lot of effort, and we get to be the beneficiaries of staring at it.
my monkey eyes and my monkey brain are very happy.
But yeah, this is pretty important for not only this team that we're watching here, but for other groups as well. Because some teams here, this will be make or break for what bracket they might get into. Not every team does move on, but a fair amount of them do.
Yeah, we're going to be roughly trimming the pool in half, and the top 8 of these teams are going to be streamed on the Alpha bracket. A new set of commentators, so if you're sick of us, then you only have to sit through one more set, I guess.
Yeah, and then you can boo and jeer us off the stage.
Throw some tomatoes at us or something.
Can I take a couple? Make a nice salad, please?
Ooh.
Maybe tomato soup? Please, throw tomatoes at us. Go for it.
I'm gonna hold open my stock pot, try to catch as many as I can.
Oh, do I have like a paper towel or something? I can use it as like a makeshift net. Potato! Throw a potato. Do it, Hilarious. Please.
We need to make a whole stew out of this.
Stew for chat? We're gonna get a lot of bowls.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of various fruits and vegetables on the stage, but we'll try to get as many as we can.
All right. At least we know what we can do now after your stream. Get cooking!
Start chefing it up.
You got a tomato as well? Nice. We're just kind of waiting for the match to actually get started here, and then we'll be going straight into Ship-Shape. Ship-Shape tower control. One of the map modes to exist out there.
I, for one, like this map a lot, but I know a lot of people don't, and I understand that.
I like the map. I just always get scared of the end push on this particular map mode because of that straight shot through the middle that happens.
Just through that tiny little corridor. It's very claustrophobic, but it's very...
That's why I play Junior. That's so I can just put a big bubble in the way.
Or you just dance around in circles on the tower pole, just frantically hoping that no one jumps on.
Dude, I am like a top tier tower control like dancer. I live through the most ridiculous stunts, and I laugh about it every time. Very proud of that.
It always feels so powerful when you're just able to stall around just long enough. It's the best feeling.
People always forget that the hitboxes on your character do change depending on if you're in squid form or you're in kid form. So take that into account when you're trying to dodge things.
Yeah, because I think your hitbox is a bit wider in swim form versus the kid form. So you can play some little cheeky mind games if you so desire. But yeah, we should be getting everything situated. The countdown clock started. Everyone's in the room. All the teams are set. Most of them have selected their weapons. We're just waiting on one last person. We'll get right into the final set of the streamed Swiss bracket here. Just one more person to ready up, please.
Probably just someone who's thinking it out. They do have 50 seconds. They have all the time in the world to truly decide what they want to do, you know? Maybe they're thinking, do they want to play silver or gold aerospray? Smiley face.
I was just trying to get that, like Giga Brain timing, like right as they selected, and then we could just segue it, have it be beautiful. But seems like those plans are not going to come into fruition today. But regardless, let's get right into it in this set.
Alrighty. Ooh, hey, there is an arrow spray, but not on the team that I was expecting it to be on, admittedly. So
There are 2 Flingser rollers, 1 on each side. And each team also has their own on-parry splat dualies. Interesting indeed. But yeah, pretty solid comms coming out on both sides. I am a big fan of the Flingser roller. It's a weapon I do like to use a lot, and it did recently get buffed in that patch that happened a few days back. So
that buff feels really good too. Like it actually makes such a difference in how the weapon feels. Imagine having changes to a weapon where they make the weapon faster instead of slower. Crying in Sloshing Machine.
Oh, if only.
You know, maybe someday Machine can go back to 210. Do you know that Machine is still the only weapon in the game with 220 points to special, even after a painting nerf and a slowdown nerf? Smiley face emoji.
You have Fizzy Bomb. You'll be fine.
It's true. It is still handily the most fun weapon to handle and play, just because of its unique hitbox. So, speaking of weapons, something the chat pointed out that we actually didn't is there are 3 of the same weapon on both of these teams.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see the zap. Yeah, so both teams have zap, Flingsa, and on-parry dualies. So it's just going to come down to their choice of Booyah weapon, which is going to be the Forge Foe versus the Gold Arrow Spray.
People are saying they have the oh my god, and the 2 leftover players both have Booyah Bomb.
Yeah.
God bless.
This is about as similar combo as I thought possible.
Question is, who comes out on top here? Funky Flowers have that really strong lead right now, but that could always change.
Ooh, Splashdown is able to find a double there for the Greatest Goats. 3 down on the side of Funky Flowers, and Greatest Goats going to try and get, truly a goat-worthy push of their own here, as Protofile is going to be riding the tower toward that first checkpoint.
It's just so satisfying to watch these Flingsa players, the Flingsa players. I mean, they are flinging their weapon around.
They do be
trying to
doing
get their hands on more of that.
Yeah, Booyah's going to be popped pretty far back. Not going to be enough to stop the checkpoint, though, but it is going to find the pick onto Protofiles. Greatest Goat still gets the checkpoint, and they're still fighting around this area, trying to get all the picks possible, but Dead Horse not going to be beaten quite yet. Going to get that pick. Another Splashdown gets popped in the mid right now. All this mid is painted in the color of the Greatest Goats, but the thing about tower control is that you really got to push up ahead of the objective here, and Greatest Goats have been struggling to do that a little bit for the most of this match. Lead still in the hands of Funky Flowers, but that is subject to change at any opportunity here.
I'm a big fan of Taxpayer here, one of their Flingsa roller players.
Gotta pay your taxes, kids, don't forget.
Hey, you got all the way until the 15th of April. You got time, you got time, you got time.
Time runs out faster than you'd think it would if you're a procrastinator like myself, so
Log in on a TurboTax, April 14th.
Please don't put me in jail.
The triple splashdown doing a really good job here, actually holding that tower in that spot. We have 6 who's just waiting for the opportunity, trying to get a pick. 6 has more, range than any other player in this room. And that's something that you really can take advantage of if you're on the team Funky Flowers, just to hold people off from coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And Funky Flowers did a great job of just that, getting the wipeout on the Greatest Goats. And they're pushing that tower back toward that 44-point mark. Protofiles is rolling right in with that dualies, but is going to get taken out right there. And all the Greatest Goats trying to drop in, just trying to stop this tower from getting many more points. But here comes the triple splashdown, gets the pick onto the zap, and Taxpayer is going to be showing a new one here. And that is going to be the second checkpoint, very close to falling. Protofiles going to clutch it up just barely in the end, but will it be enough?
Yeah, if I'm on the team of Funky Flowers right now, I'm backing up a little bit. I'm taking those drinks and I'm saying, okay, let's regroup and then let's push this tower. But honestly, Not Found actually said, no, I want to kill. I want to take this tower now. And they keep getting so close to getting their hands on this checkpoint.
It's just a little parasite in all roller players that just, they smell blood and they just have to go for it. And it's working out for Funky Flowers here pretty well.
Now here comes a new opportunity though. Can we see Greatest Goats become the Greatest Goats?
It's goat season. They gotta go here and now.
Love that. Love that. Love that. If I'm on 6's side here, I just want to position that so I can catch people on this tower. It's going to be a 3-2 situation with this Booyah Bomb coming out. They're not going to have the Booyah Bomb for this endgame push now, and there are a lot of specials getting used by Goats before this 10-second mark. It's all just going to be about holding this tower and seeing what happens here. We're almost to the cooler on the side of Goats, but Notbound is coming around the back here to get a couple of picks and they can get in the tower before anyone else does. Oh, they get it just by a frame. They stand on that tower and end that push. GG's.
That was a great pincer attack by the Funky Flowers there at the end, and they're going to take the first game over the Greatest Goats, proving that, maybe they themselves are more worthy of that moniker, but, the Greatest Goats still have 2 more games to prove themselves. They could turn the tides at any point, but I'd imagine Greatest Goats are starting to sweat just a little bit should they wish to win this set. Yeah, that was a pretty good game. Pretty back and forth, but Funky Flowers did have control for the most of it, and I'd imagine, that more controlling kind of playstyle is going to serve them pretty well as we move on to Game 2, which is going to be on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was in the middle of a yawn, and I still did it the way it comes. But it's all about speed and aggression sometimes. And on Rainmaker, having that quick reaction time, having that speed is how you're going to make a really strong push. But this time, there's no objective to stand on. They got to have good coordination, and they have to have somebody move their way on in.
Yeah, I mean, it's less an objective to stand on and more that you become the objective,
Oh, and now we can actually see Funky Flowers' logo. Very cute. Love that for them.
Oh, that's very cute. Both these teams have good logos. I mean, in general, the logo game of all the teams have been pretty on point.
People on Junior Draft love having logos. I've noticed that like amongst draft tournaments out there, Junior Draft people, they take their logos very seriously if they have a logo.
I mean, that's awesome. It's just more for the spectators, and it's just a cool way to quickly bring yourself together as a team before you fight to the death with all the other people that just kind of impromptu got stuck together with duct tape.
It makes the experience feel so much more real too.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. It's just such a cool community, and I'm just glad that we can show you this fun little tournament here today. But regardless, let's get right into Game 2 between Funky Flowers and the Greatest Goats, Rainmaker Humpback.
Ooh, and we have the sploosh coming out. The creature with the hammer.
I'm so glad you described it as that. That is the perfect way to describe a sploosh.
Dude, and the other sploosh has the 170p whale now. Oh, and 2 go down immediately on the side of Greatest Goats. 3 down on Greatest Goats, actually. Gonna lead to a very quick deal this first Rainmaker checkpoint. And the team of Funky Flowers like, no, we want in. We want to kill. And there's the hammer. I saw it on the edge.
Wait, but they left behind the Rainmaker.
No, that's a creature on a mission. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Not found running forward all they can. Are they going to get the knockout here and now? My goodness, a 34-second knockout to get the game for Funky Flowers.
They said, sorry that it took a while for us to get to round 4. We're going to help you finish round 4 a little bit quicker.
What a game.
That's what happens sometimes. Obviously, there's no intent on that happening. It was just a really good start by Funky Flowers getting that double, and the momentum just kept flying from there.
Absolutely. I mean, Greatest Goats put up a valiant effort in that game, but Funky Flowers
Absolutely.
Is going to be taking the set at the end of the day. So Game 3 is just going to be, just a fun time for both these teams. The pressure is a little bit off. Funky Flowers, would like to win this game, of course, for seeding purposes. But now, both these teams can kind of just throw each other at themselves and just try to have a grand old time to go to Game 3 on Clam's crab leg.
Yeah, their Flingza player saw that Rainmaker player coming in too and tried their hardest to catch them, just missing by a smidge. Flingza Roller did also get buffed pretty recently too. Honestly, feels so much better overall between its horizontal having a better angle of attack, and of course that vertical just being faster too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I said it before. I'm a big fan of Flingza. I'm just happy to see that both these teams are going to be rocking it. And I mean, Funky Flowers are making it work pretty well. Greatest Goats, still no slouch though. That game 1 was very, very tightly contested, and I don't know. I'm just excited to see what happens. Game 3 is going to be the last set of Swiss pools going to be streamed here. So strap yourselves in for one last hurrah before we change things off into a bit more of a buttoned up format, if you will.
We're gonna get fancy. Our friends will be pulling out their finest suits. You won't be able to see chat, but you can imagine that they're wearing suits.
You can imagine, yeah, in your mind, just imagine the image of Toma and Saf just, all dressed up for this momentous occasion.
Dress pants, dress shirt, nice tie maybe, if they like that.
A glass of Merlot in thine hand.
Oh, I don't drink wine.
Me neither.
I can imagine the nice imagery of it, a glass on the table.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just holding like a half-eaten Pop-Tart or something.
Oh yeah! I've got like a Splatoon sweater on. That counts, right? I got a glass of water. Ooh.
Ooh, I also have some water. Nice little thermos.
Important time to remind chat to make sure to take care of yourselves. Go to the bathroom if you need to. Have a little bit of a drink. Have a little bit of food. It's something to do in the in-between when we're going over to the alpha bracket after this.
Yeah, don't forget to stay hydrated because the real games are yet to come. The real battles are yet to be fought. But regardless, let's get right into it. The last game between the set of the Funky Flowers and the Greatest Goats. Let's see what happens here on Clambless Crab Leg.
Back at it on Crab Leg. Earlier when we were here, there was a lot of fighting, a lot of scrapping going on during that Rainmaker match earlier. Do you think we'll see some of the same here? A lot of low-range weapons looking to fight.
We are looking to fight, absolutely. I mean, that game earlier, there was a lot of explosions. There's a little less explosions. Obviously, there is a round of 10 missiles the Taxpayer is going to be slinging onto the Funky Flowers here, but not quite as many, Reef Sliders or as Splash Zones as I would like to see personally. But regardless, it's going to be Greatest Goats doing pretty well in this first team fight. A lot of clams in their control, a lot of players down on the side of Funky Flowers. But Crab Leg is kind of hard to make it to the enemy basket. It is, pretty telegraphed when you push onto that ramp, but you at least have the alternate routes. You have the Great Path, and you have the sort of flank route on the bottom left where you can just spit roll off the block. So regardless, Greatest Goats going to get a very early clam scoring, only down to 80 points, but they're setting themselves pretty up for this game.
That Flingser roller got such a good hit there. I don't know if you saw that little slap that happened. I realized I'm watching the tournament from the Twitch stream. That is why I'm reacting to things that happened 20 seconds ago. Oh my god. Okay, now we're... Oh, such a close hit of that clam there. We
Yeah,
love to see Goats at least getting some points on the board this time.
Yeah, now Funky Flowers at least gets to score on their own. But, I mean, they're going to go down. They're not going to be able to get the lead just yet. It's going to be 80-81 favoring the Greatest Goats. But there is going to be plenty more scores yet to come for this game in the first 90 seconds or anything to prove.
Or do we end up in a cursed game like that game of Scorch where for the most of the part it stayed the same for like 3 minutes? Oh, never mind.
I think we're going... I think we're carving a new path in history.
All right. If I'm Taxpayer, I want to try and get another awesome double like beforehand, and I want to try and get those clams in. Taxpayer leading their way up with a bunch of clams in hand, but I don't think anybody's there to actually put them in now. Oh, no.
Yeah, they got the 2 picks, but they just went down a little bit too early. Had they gotten that third, that would have been a huge amount of points for the Greatest Goats, but they're going to have to be content with having 61 for now. But Protophiles already trying to get another power claim in there, waiting for the basket to drop, and there we go. But they miss, unfortunately, and all of the members of Greatest Goats go down.
No.
Funky Flowers gonna take the lead with 2 power clams of their own.
And they had the perfect opportunity there, too. I saw they were very brave trying to dilly dodge right into where that clam was. I totally feel that. I would do the same exact thing.
I mean, we've all missed a power claim in our day. We've all felt extremely silly for when it happens.
Oh, Manta Maria clamlets.
I'm thinking about Kelp Dome clamlets personally. That's my nightmare.
Oh my god.
That's my nightmare. Keep that thing in Splatoon 2, please.
You know what I want to see come back though? Moray clamlets. Smile. How you feeling about that?
Moray clamlets was kind of funny. I'll give you that one.
Yes.
Oh, but now Funky Flowers, they got a score, but they all went down at 4, and Protophiles ready. I mean, they have that power plant locked and loaded. It's just please don't miss it this time. You got this Protofiles, I believe.
Yes.
There we go.
And their teammate can jump to Protofiles if they get called out here because it's a perfect way for them to score, and they'll be able to get the lead out of this. And they still have that power clam, and they're running in. I think I see them swimming along, unless they're gonna jump. I'm waiting for it. There they come. Here comes Tax Player. If they can get this in, they can go all the way down. So close, so
Wait, they
close.
can still get it in. They can still get it in. It's still, it's refreshed, but it's not able to get it. They all go down a little too early. Greatest Goats almost had a GOAT-worthy push of their own. But unfortunately, they're going to have to settle for 22 left for now.
Now the question is, does Funky Flowers get enough points over to switch it again?
Yeah,
They could. It wouldn't take a lot of clams.
It really wouldn't. No, I mean, 2 power clams would get them pretty close. Not quite there because of the penalty. I think that's like, what, 5 after that would do it. I'm not the best with math. Actually, no, 2 power clams would
close
do it.
enough. That's close enough. 2 power clams would be more than enough.
Yeah. Starfire went for a nice flanker with that power clan, but not quite able to find it. But Protofiles has 7 yet again, just trying to just build as many power clams. It seems like Greatest Ghost just wants to, put enemies in every direction, so Funky Flowers just can't quite focus up for a push. But now, 2 members of Greatest Goats going on that
cooler
flank,
coming out.
trying to get juiced up, and one of them is going to go down. Bleak is trying to win this fight, but it's going to be forced to drop off.
I don't know, Bleak might be able to make that. Now they're fast, they're straight. I was gonna say they're gonna fly straight over that yellow ink and try to push there. If I'm on Greatest Goat's side, I don't really want to wipe here. And they got so many out of this at least. Turning it into a little bit of a 2v2 looking here. Making sure to slow down Funky Flowers. All they gotta do is slow them down for another 10 seconds and let an overtime run out. And they get to end this on a 2-1. Can they have it?
And they have it. Let's find out here. It's all going to come down to overtime. We have 20 seconds of overtime once this clock hits 0. And 3 down on Greatest Ghost. This basket
there's
might
a
just be
lot
able to
of
pop
clams
open.
right in front of the basket, too. That's
but
not
they missed the
looking good
power
right
clam. Tri-Strikes gives a power closer, but they're going down. It's a bloodbath by the basket, but it's just the zap. Not able to make it. And Greatest Ghost lives up to their moniker and is going to take game 3.
We love to see it. A 2-1 to bring us to the end of the pools.
Yeah, that is all for the pool stage. The top 2 teams in each pool are going to make alpha bracket. Next 2 make beta. Next 2 make gamma. And for the rest of y'all, hope y'all had a great day of playing. But unfortunately, your tournament is over, I believe. But, man, that was a really good set to end it on. We had some great sets all day.
We've been very blessed. And believe me, chat, you want to stick around for Alpha Bracket. Remember, everybody that's playing right now are players that are an S rank or lower. I believe usually the plan is to keep them all an A+ or lower, but I think like some subs can be S rank dependent on what's needed. I don't know if that rule has changed over time. But for some people here, this is their first steps into competitive Splatoon. They decided, hey, I really want to play. Maybe I have a team, maybe I don't have a team, but I want a chance to see what's going on. Some people, it's not their first tournament. It could be their second, their third, their fourth, their fifth junior draft. If, they just don't really rank up much, but they really love being here. And we love the community that's been built here. So thank you for supporting these people, no matter where they might be in their competitive journey.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an awesome tournament. I hope everyone who's been playing has been having just an absolute blast because, I mean, this is just a very fun tournament to watch. It's very fun to cast. And I just love the community that's been built around it. And I just hope that everyone just enjoys being a part of it and enjoys playing it and just, playing some good Splatoon, just playing with a little bit of stakes. But at the end of the day, it is still all fun and games. So, yeah, that is going to do it for the Swiss Pool stage. Congrats again to Funky Flash for winning that set. We're going to need a little bit of time to calculate where all the brackets are going to be, but that being said, that is the end of our block. Vic Fiona, I'm sure everyone here knows who you are, but just in case, where can we find you?
You can find me on YouTube, you can find me on Twitter. That's usually the 2 places I hang out the most. I have a Twitch, but I don't use it. Everything's just VicVion. VICVILLON. No third eye in there. I know, some people believe otherwise, but no, it's not true.
Yeah, and you can find me on Twitter at BrokenPiggy_. I also have some links to my YouTube channel where I mostly do Pokemon stuff, and I might just start streaming on Twitch soon. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how that happens. But regardless, thank you all so much for watching Pools. Make sure not to go anywhere because in just a few minutes we will be back with the Alpha Bracket, brought to you by Toma and Staffarea. So see you guys another time. Have yourselves a great day.
She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other two children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged in. Said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and this new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day with her theatrics. So am I the a-hole for wanting to uninvite her to the baby shower? Am I the a-hole if I uninvite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband? My husband and I met each other at the ski lodge 9 years ago. I was with my young daughter, a female friend, and her child. My husband was with his 2 brothers and 3 sisters and a few friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends who entered. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded we come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when we shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room key code and locked them out so they had to stay with their friends in their room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in a S-side club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of them when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm while laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was the girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding / telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his modeling photos were when he did print work back in college, and that her favorite photo was of him at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before, and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restaurant. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other 3 children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged in. Said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention.
You lead. You lead.
We good? Okay. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are now in Alpha Bracket here today at Juniors Draft. I'm here. My name is Toma. I'm joined by my bestest friend, Saf. Saf, how are you doing today?
Toma, things are so good. I'm feeling under pressure here on Junior Draft for the chill season. Looking forward to it. We have Coughing Babies versus Splattastic Inkers. Splattastic Inkers going 3-1 in their group stage. And then they were in Group D, I believe. And then in Group C, you have Coughing Babies, who also went 3-1 in their group stage, and now they're coming head-to-head here in a best-of-3 scenario, Toma, on Hagglefish Market spot zones.
Yeah, you know, I need to go pick up some fish, something. I'm planning my dinner out, so you know, good timing to be going over to Hagglefish Market, and I'm really excited to see. I haven't really been able to tune in to see, you know, what any of these teams are playing, but as you and I both know in a Juniors Draft, you can expect just about anything to happen. It's really, really unpredictable here.
Yeah, it's all in good fun, right? Like, most things are pretty unpredictable, and I feel like people like to try to make it work, and they do make it work because obviously there's always a winner and a loser. Sorry to the opposer that is the loser. But opening up, see, you have Nautilus and Hydra coming out with the bucket on the side, but on the opposite side, you actually still see that Hydra coming out here. Actually, a pretty similar comp on both sides, except for one weapon, Toma.
Saf, I think this is the first time that I've ever commentated a Hydra v Hydra matchup. This is just not something that you see, and I'm really excited to see it. Right now, they're going in early here, and we see that they've got early cap of this zone, and now they're going to be trying to push forward, but going down there on the side, unfortunately, and now they're going to have an opportunity to come and retake this zone. It's going to help to have that raid and that blobber out, but they do need just a little bit more paint right now.
Yeah, I really enjoy that the Hydra and the Blob are kind of at the same distance, just trying to throw ink on the zone and contest it, even though it seems like they're a little bit more comfortable with pushing forward, as you can see, because the control is now going to flip back in favor here. Hold on, the stream is a little bit laggy for me, I apologize, but zone's going to be flipping back into their favor here, down to the 76 mark, losing control, especially with only now the Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out, and zone is going to flip back once again.
Yeah, as soon as Splattastic Inkers gets that zone, you saw they go 3 down. Now Coughing Babies has full control again and has a lot of space in front of the zone here to work with. And they're going to be doing that well now by starting out with that Ink Storm and that Zuka. Really interested to see what they'll do off this Ink Storm if they can get in on it. You know, it's got a new buff recently now, and you're able to heal in it. It makes it a lot easier to fight in. But it looks like they're opting to just kind of hold back and keep some space here with their back lines. And Splattastic Inker is going to take advantage of that to throw a lot of paint onto that zone and find another cap.
Look at how much space they're taking here, too, because the shot is able to push forward, although they are going down, and ultimately the zone is going to be contested here by Coughing Babies. They are going to be able to take control here, though, even though the Blob is actually throwing down a lot of ink here and trying to bounce those bubbles off the walls as best as they can, especially with the zone being compacted between these two immovable objects here in the center. Blob Wobbler is a really fun pick, and it's nice to see the Hydra kind of try to help and follow up as well. Their front line, though, I think Splattastic Inkers needs to have a little bit more confidence here with their front line to try to push forward and go and contest, because, it's the same weapons versus the same weapons on the front line, basically, right? Because the Knot, it seems, is playing a lot closer with the Hydra.
Yeah, it looks like they are, and right now they're going to get a nice wipeout, going to be able to give them potentially a lead flip here if they can keep this forward aggression going. You see they're all standing here in front of the zone, but you do have a cooler on the side of Coughing Babies. There's too many C's there.
Coughing Cooler.
The Coughing Cooler, and that's going to give them an opportunity to charge this zone, but Splattastic Inkers does, at the very least, get that lead flip for their team.
Yeah, and I like, once again, you can see Ducky here with the blob coming through, just holding down this left-hand side. And I similarly play zones this way, where if I'm playing junior, I'll try to just take at least half of it, just trying to throw as much ink down as possible, try to contest and waste time as much as possible. So the blob here is perfect for that. Splattastic Inker is able to flip the lead back into their favor here, even though Coughing Baby's now holding on to the zone here. The penalty now being dwindled away. They're going to try to go in for the lead, and they have the chance here, especially with a man advantage of 2 people down on Splattastic Inkers, and the Booyah Bomb coming up to try to push Ducky backwards. And there it goes, the lead switch. The special combo and the amount of inking that they need was perfect here, especially with a minute and a half left to go.
Really big for them, but you can see Splattastic Inker is not ready to give up yet. They've got the Booyah Bomb out there on the side, as well as the Zuka, trying to find some space forward, and they are able to get a zone cap, but they do have quite a penalty now to work through. You notice that members of Coughing Babies already have this cooler online and are already charging that zone, finding a pick onto the Tri-Slosher, finding one onto the shot now as well, and make that another one onto the Blob Lobber. Coughing Babies taking full control here now.
Yeah, already pushing forward in the court. You can see pushing someone into a 2 versus 1 scenario down in the bottom right corner there. The Hydra in a good position to follow up here, though, with the Booyah Bomb coming in. That penalty is going quickly, so Splattastic Inkers need to act quickly here. And accordingly, they don't want to be going down in trades here, Toma. This is going to be really crucial for them if they want to try to flip the lead. But, I mean, with the amount of paint that Coughing Babies is throwing down, it's making it super hard for Splattastic Inkers to try to do anything here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time left. They do have the zone in their control right now, which is really good, and they have a Booyah Bomb online to potentially clear some space, but unfortunately going to hit that pole and not going to be doing much of a job of getting forward space for them. Likewise, now a Booyah Bomb coming out along with the Trizuka onto the zone for Coughing Babies is going to find the cap, and 2 down on Splattastic Inkers unfortunately means that this game is going to go over to Coughing Babies.
Yeah, Coughing Babies just held the aggression for the majority of that game, which is exactly what they needed. And I think that's where the notes can be taken for Splattastic Inkers being like, okay, how can we try to combat their front line and try to be as aggressive as they were? Because I think overall here, especially when you're playing splat zones, if you are more forward, chances are you're going to be a little bit more successful. But you know, I do always wish that double backline comps were more viable, Toma. I really wish it were true. I wish it were possible. I mean, I feel like if you can try to make it work to your advantage, then you can do it, but just most days you just don't see it, and you just want it to work so bad. Just the possibilities.
It'd be so much fun, and you know, maybe I'm not one to speak because I have betrayed my backline oaths, and have turned into a shot player, so oopsies about that. But it is a lot of fun to see. And I'm interested to see what's going to come out on this game, because right now you kind of notice both teams playing a little bit of a passive game. You'd have control of the zone, but there was really no action going to either opponent's ramp or forward. And in Mako Mart tower control, it's really, really important to gain that space in front of the tower and hold that objective line down. So I'm really interested to see if there's going to be potentially some more aggressive or some ledge campy picks coming out here to potentially be able to give them that edge, because you're going to have to hold down that space, or you're not going to have a lot of success getting, you know, past checkpoint 2.
Right. I also have punched my ticket to the T-Tech Club, so I'm with you there on a complete weapon change-up. But you know what? You do what you gotta do to play comp with your friends, and you make sacrifices, and that's fine. Anyways, looking down the pipeline here, we're going to tower control Mako Mart. So we got all of our good produce, we got all of our good meats and things at Hagglefish Market, because obviously you want to shop local. If you are trying to make a good meal. But, you know, there are some essentials that come from the actual market, that come from capitalistic Mako Mart that we have to return to grab a few things, which is fine.
Gotta go to the box store sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
you expect
do.
Everything to be at Hagglefish, you know,
you do.
one-stop shop.
But honestly, Toma, sometimes when you go to the market, you can't quite find what you're looking for, because when I'm looking at these comps here, for example, there's no change on either side.
Yeah, there definitely is not. So they're going to have to make it work this time. And right now, early 2 down on Splattastic Inkers. gonna potentially give some aggression to Coughing Babies, but that Hydra just mowing down Coughing Babies as they approach. They do need to try to find the pick onto that tower for the checkpoint, but unfortunately aren't going to be able to do so in time. So now that checkpoint is going to be rearing towards checkpoint 2 in this Nautilus in that healing rain, but unfortunately the healing doesn't make you invulnerable.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, but now Coughing Babies having 3 members going down. You can see the tower now being tapped by Spot-tastic Inkers, making its way back towards the midsection. You have a Trizuka coming out for Coughing Babies, though, to try to break their way back in, and with success, as now 2 members of Spot-tastic Inkers go down. They do have Cooler online, though, so they're just maybe trying to play it a little bit safer to wait for their pals to come back in, but as that tower just kind of sits neutral in mid for the moment. I mean, there's still plenty of time to kind of get anything cooking and working here. And now, too, with the Trizuka online, you can see the Hydra and the Blob trying to work together to maintain some space here. But if you have nobody down trying to defend that glass section there where first check is, I mean, what else are you to do? Because that first checkpoint is broken, and, I mean, Coughing Babies are well on their way to checkpoint 2 with 3 down.
Yeah, they definitely are. That Zuka getting a great double there, and now you've just got to get that forward pressure onto the tower, and for Splat-tastic Inkers, it's going to be trying to build up some special to force Coughing Babies out. And that's going to be really hard when you've got this Nautilus and this Hydra looking straight at you, not giving you any room to breathe. Now Coughing Babies rounding the corner to checkpoint 3, not going to be able to quite break it here, but they do have a lot of ground still in mid that they're holding.
Yeah, and coming up on the right-hand side here, they don't want to be giving this away. Splat-tastic needs to hold on to this right stack here, because if they allow Coughing Babies in, I mean, it could be a really dangerous situation here. You can see Hype pushing forward with the Nautilus, trying to push Cherry, but Cherry successful in the fight, but eventually going down to Wish in the corner there. Vivian did have that Booyah online, trying to clear that left stack, feeling confident to push forward, getting 1, but going down to the opposing Hydra, Brutus, on the side of Coughing Babies here. A very neutral game being played once again by Spot-tastic Inkers. They do get a few points on the board, though, however, moving forward on this right-hand stack. But I think, once again, Coughing Babies is just holding down the aggression defensively and offensively to where Spot-tastic Inkers just can't quite keep up with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like so, but there's still plenty of time left in this game. They have to play it carefully. Coughing Babies moving forward on that offensive rampage on the stack of Splat-tastic Inkers, gaining a lot of ground for them to start moving this tower, but they've got to look out for Cherry behind, looking to cause a little bit of mayhem. They do have eyes on Cherry, but the Zuka comes out and finds one of them. Now that tower is going to return back to mid, and Cherry is looking to cause some more chaos there, but unfortunately going down to Wishmaker there, defending Coughing Baby's stack.
Yeah, I like that they were aiming at the cooler, because that's usually chances are there's going to be people standing at the watering hole. You know what I mean? So I think it was good on Cherry to be pointing their sights that way. But again, Coughing Babies having all 4 members in the mid zone here. Also keeping a really good eye on the flanks. Look at Levy here now pulling out the Trizuka, but just checking right behind glass just to make sure that there's nobody maybe sneaking behind over there. I mean, that could really put a whole dent in the whole operation. But with Splat-tastic Inkers having Vivian pushing forward, feeling comfortable enough to do that, they're looking to try to take some space here. But I mean, look at this map though, Toma. Coughing Babies is just everywhere all at once.
Yeah, I think these double splatling stuff are really working out well for them. You and I both know how well the splatling class does at holding space when it's allowed to set up. And between Brutus and Hypers there, they've been doing a really good job at just not giving up space. Here, Splat-tastic Inkers seems to have gotten them out for just a little while, though, and are going to get their opportunity to try to break that checkpoint. But they've got a lot of ground to cover, and Wishmaker's coming here on the side, and is taken out by Cherry on that Zuka. What a great attempt there, but they need to get on that tower, and right now it's just Ducky and Cat, and they're going to be facing a lot of fire.
Yeah, look at Ducky was trying to hold it down there. You have Vivian trying to jump in and assist, but just not quite enough time for them to do that. All 3 members, though, of Coughing Baby swarming the tower here, but you can see that they are not giving up. Oh, the bomb, though! Splat-tastic was not going to give it up there. Cherry and Ducky just a little too close for comfort there on the suction bomb, even with the jump in coming in. I mean, good rebuttal, though. The start of a good rebuttal, but the round is going to be going to Coughing Babies, and they will be moving forward.
Yes, huge congrats to them. Splattastic Kinkers making a great run here today, but unfortunately coming to an end in round 1 of Alpha Bracket. That is just sometimes how the cookie crumbles, but huge congrats to y'all for making it this far. We really hope that y'all have enjoyed our tournament. And you know, this is the first tournament for so many people. So this is just a starting point. It may have ended their tournament run, but we hope that there's, you know, a lot of opportunities for them in their comp future.
Yeah, round of applause, truly. But Toma, so we just saw the fight between Coffee Babies and Splattastic, but you know there's 3 other battles also happening concurrently with us. So looking at the Alpha Bracket, you have the Eccentric Eels and Top Dogs. They're 1-1 currently. The winner of that set will be going against Coughing Babies next in a best of 5 round. And then on the other side of the bracket, you have Surface Tension versus Turbulent Toddlers, also in a 1-1 right now in a deciding match. And the decider of that match will be going against Starry Deco, who went 2-0 over Ace Attorneys. This is your Alpha Bracket, folks. So the next 2 rounds coming up are both best of 5, your semifinals and your finals. But the semifinals round is going to be opening up on Clamblitz Art Academy. We're going back to school, Toma. We're going back to school.
Yeah, we certainly are. And this is, you know, a pretty solid Clamblitz map that you will see time and time again while you're, you know, in the comp community, and for good reason. I think this has a lot of fun terrain to play around. You've got the 2 stacks in mid that are awesome for, you know, both offensive and defensive terrain. You can kind of set yourself up there to stop people from coming in, but you know, if you got a Zuka, if you've got a Tri-Strikes, what better place to launch it from, where you have such a great angle into your opponent's plats. So controlling those definitely going to be a huge key to our teams that go into this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at these teams too, Toma, they did so well in their group stage, which is awesome. And like you said, it's fun to be like in a gold bracket of a tournament when it's your first time, when it's potentially your first time or whatever, you know, because it's like that's gotta feel really good. And I hope that these teams that get to these bracket points today, like they take it as a really good take home of like, okay, you know, this was a good learning experience, but also I had a lot of fun and I want to do this again.
Yeah, it is so much fun. You know, I remember making my first, not in Juniors draft, unfortunately, but my first, I think it was FTIU, the first time I made a gold bracket in a tournament, and it was so exciting, and it's a lot of fun for teams, you know. And even for the teams that just made lower brackets here today, making brackets is always a huge accomplishment. Because that being said, there's teams that don't make brackets, and that is the unfortunate reality of almost every single tournament. And so you got to take your victories and be proud of the progress that you make as you make it.
Yeah, and you're learning as a team, and you see a lot of growth, and I feel like you take everything as it comes, and when you move on to your next tournament, you try to remember the things that maybe didn't go as well the last time, and I feel like you grow awareness, you become better, and I don't know, like that's just kind of how you grow. So I don't know, it's really cool, and it's definitely a result. It is a result for sure. If you want to brag about that on your SendoQ page, I mean, I would say go for it. Feel free.
I would. I love to do that. Anytime I have a tournament run, I'm like, okay, let's add that to my Sendo page.
Opening new tab.
I literally, now that you remind me, I haven't even added the past 2 tournament runs that I've been in to my Sendo page. I'm like, okay, because like I made bracket in an open level tournament, so I'm like, okay, cute. Had an upset on a Div 4 team. I'm like, okay, cute. I need to add those, like put them in there somewhere.
You're like, yep, okay. Personal achievement, but also like, look at me.
Yeah. Let's go. Seed me higher. Thank you. Anytime in a tournament.
Yeah, true. All the time. Okay. So once again, folks, looking over at this bracket here, we're just waiting on the determination of 2 other matches happening for us here in Alpha: the Eccentric Eels versus Top Dogs, and below, Surface Tension versus Turbulent Toddlers. I mean, why didn't Coughing Babies go against Turbulent Toddlers? That's what I want to know. Also, Toma, do you think, like, realistically, if you were to fight 4 Coughing Babies, that you would actually win?
Like me personally, like the 1v4ing.
Yes, 1v4ing.
I don't know, honestly. It's like hard to say because obviously, you know, at some point, like, yeah, you'll out mechanic lower level players, but like, there's 4 of them, like, and there's only 1 of me. So like,
Can we
I
do
don't
a
think
chat
I can
poll?
say it for sure, like, cause
Chat
I'd
poll,
love
can
to
you
be full
1v4,
of
can you
myself.
1v4 babies? 4 coughing, could you 1v4 coughing babies? Yes or
Yeah.
no? Ask the chat.
I would love to think I can, but like,
Can you 1v4?
maybe with my new shiny Zuka in hand, potentially. Probably not. It's like my backline, like pencil. Okay, I got 5 shots in that thing. I can kill 2 people, and then I'm screwed. Like,
Yeah, then it's over. Oh my god. Okay, also turbulent toddler. In this case, what does turbulent mean?
you know, that's a wonderful
You know,
question. Like,
It's just something
what
to
do
ponder.
half of the junior draft teams mean? In all,
Yeah,
in
right.
all,
Well, I
like,
mean, but you think about it, where do your names come from? I like Backstreet's Back. I think that's a good name. That was in Swiss Group C.
I think we just are in love with our alliteration here. It'll be okay, never mind. I thought that Time was explaining something. Time was just talking about our next
Yeah.
match.
Yeah, actually, speaking of turbulent toddlers are successful in the fight against surface tension in our 3rd bracket here of Alpha, and we're going on to Starry Deco versus Turbulent Toddlers for your semifinals match host. And reminder, we are going back to school. We're going to play Clan Blitz, and we're going to Inkblot Art Academy. Now, Toma, thoughts, feelings about this map, things to consider, weapons that could be good, any thoughts that you may want to share?
Absolutely. So big things to look out here for: ledges. Time and time again, I have seen a roller or a Splatana just steamroll people on this map because they will hide under a ledge and just poke you until you're dead. Especially if you can have, say, like, you know, a Splatana Stamper or a Splat Roller on the plat, poking up into bats, and then you send a shooter or something, send your zaps, send your shots, and whatever shooter weapon you want up into there. And if you're both aiming at somebody, chances are they're probably gonna explode. So, and you have to really be careful there too, because bats are pretty much the most important part of this map. For those of you who don't know, that's the area you'll see that's right above the clam basket. It's kind of the higher area within your own base, and that is a really, really key ground for teams to be able to take and to hold on their defense.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that was a really good assessment. I'm like, huh. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, anyways. Toma, Starry Deco, what did super good in their group. They were in Swiss Group A. They went 4-0 in their group, so they swept their group. So that's got to be pretty fun. And they actually played against Surface Tension earlier in their group. So if Surface Tension had actually beaten Turbulent Toddlers, it would be a salty run back for Turbulent Toddlers to try to beat them. But that was not the, for Surface Tension to beat them. That was not the case. They are playing Turbulent Toddlers. There we go. But Starry Deco swept their group. And so they're coming into semifinals probably feeling pretty good. They swept Ace Attorneys. So they are undefeated so far in this tournament coming into semifinals. So that's got to feel really good. And it makes you wonder what's been working for Clan Blitz. What are they going to try to pick? And especially with a map like Inkblot Art Academy, maybe some Splatoon 2 veterans sprinkled in there among the ranks. Potentially, you never know. What could they be thinking?
I am interested to see what they've been thinking and what's been working out well for them, because being undefeated in a tournament like this is definitely an accomplishment, because everybody's kind of around the same skill level, so you're expecting a lot of back and forth, you're expecting a lot of even matches. So when you have a team that is just rolling their way through these brackets, it's really interesting. And I'm interested to see what Clan Blitz tactics they've got coming out, because generally among newcomers to comp, Clan Blitz is considered an
double roller
unpopular
wiper
mode. That That is a double wiper on the other and a bucket. Okay, so you know how I said ledge poking? There is just 2 weapons on here that don't ledge poke, and that is your mini splatling and your dapples, and everything else here loves ledges.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of ink to work with on either side, so everybody's kind of just out in the dogfight right now because, I mean, at least if you had more inkers on your side, you could, like, hide and shark and, you know, be a little bit more tactful, but when you don't have that, you kind of just have to go for it. Turbulent Toddlers, though, actually making a really big appearance here so far. They have good control of mid. I mean, it's really a neutral game until someone can make a good move here, but so far with Starry Deco having 2 members down, this could be the moment where Turbulent Toddlers can get something started here, especially with RS trying to take this left-hand side, having clams in their pockets of power clam forming, and the first pop going in.
Yeah, and they're getting a pretty good amount of clams in, down to 68, you know, and definitely better than just those one and done clam pushes. You always want to see a little bit more added to it, but you see Starry Deco already taking a lot of space there, being backed off just a little bit by this slosher here on the right hand side, but a lot of yellows coming in, and this mini splatling flanking into the base with the ultra stamp out, finds a pick onto one, turns around, tries to find another. There is a triple, and there's the full wipeout, but they need to get their clams together.
Yeah, look at, they're all just kind of throwing clams at each other, trying to do something, and ultimately missing the power clam. There is another one online, but I believe that is their pity clam. There's nobody there to try to take it in. If Ivy can try to stay alive here and just wait for a teammate to jump in with that power clam potentially, but to no avail, not enough time. An unfortunate miss here for Starry Deco.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. The power clam finally comes in, but a little bit too late, as now Turbulent Toddlers was set up in a great position to be able to camp that jump and take this power clam out of play. Starry Deco now in a pretty rough position here, as Turbulent Toddlers are definitely trying to take control of mid and have man advantage, but they need to just find a few more picks to really get a push going.
Yeah, Turbulent Toddlers has done so well in holding on to mid here, and I mean, Starry Deco is kind of struggling a little bit here. They're floundering a bit, might I add, to try to break in and get something going here, and especially with running a double roller comp too, that can be so hard. But you have to wonder, because they are undefeated currently, how that's been working out for them thus far. I mean, they've been holding it pretty neutral regardless of the first basket pop. They've been able to take their fights successfully and be confident in it too, especially if Ivy getting 2 here, Lightbulb leading the charge with their stamp to get them into the basket area. There's 3 members of Starry Deco there, Toma, but no clams.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we always say, you know, Clan Blitz is kind of that game of, you know, team deathmatch until you have the clan economy in the picks, and they have the picks, Saf, but unfortunately not the economy, and you need both to be able to make a successful push. The mini here now trying to move up now that they're still just 1 clam away, and it is on that plat. They can get it, but they need to find the space in the picks to be able to do so. They knock one off. They're able to, I thought they were going to pick up that last clam, but they don't quite find it. Still left with just 7. And now the wiper behind, unfortunately, they're going to go down before the power clam can officially be made, and now they're looking to make another one. They've got to get that together. The carbon needs just 1 more. They have the space. IV just needs to throw 1 clam to that carbon. They're throwing the clams at the basket. There we go. Now that's the break, Saf, but they need to have some follow-up to get the lead here, and it's just the Splatling left online.
Yeah, they were able to get their 2 that they had, but it still results in Turbulent Toddlers in a wipeout, but there's nobody from Starry Deco to be there to help and follow up and get a few more in. That first one missed. There's 3 members of Starry Deco going down, trying to race to the finish here to follow up and take that lead, but unfortunate for them, Ivy is the only one left. They are going to bubble here. A lot of attention on them, Toma. As they take one, they're looking to take the other, but unfortunate for them, RS is there on top of Mushroom with the slosher to take them out. But Starry Deco here, quick to try to take the mid area here with Say, trying to push forward with this power clam and the stamp. But with nobody there behind them to defend them, Starry Deco is going to be quick to follow up here. I mean, both teams are like responding well, but some of the timing is weird. And also the clam spawns on this one are really, really weird.
Yeah, the clam spawn's not quite working out in their favor at the moment, and the big keynote here right now is that Starry Deco really needs to get a power clam online. And there you go. There you have it. They're going to be able to dunk it, and they do take the lead with that. That's going to be big for them, but they don't really have a lot of time to add on to that lead. And now that means they're gonna have to defend an overtime push from Turbulent Toddlers, who only need to break basket to be able to find that lead. We see the Power Clam online, the Splatana Stamper trying to make a move in here. Look at this fight going down. It's so back and forth here at the moment. They find one. The Power Clam trying to move forward. The strike's coming out. Just the Dapples
They got it, they got it.
They try to go forward and they don't get it. Oh my gosh, Starry Deco able to hold onto that just barely.
Oh, that makes you wonder how their other games went in the group stage, man, because, I mean, they're still on their undefeated streak at this moment with this win under their belt. They're winning the first one in the best of 5. We're moving on to game number 2. I mean, wow. Crucial defense needed there. And you can see at the end, too, I'm not sure if we have a replay, but I think it was is their name Tyrell? Or Tywill? Tywill had the Power Clam in their hands and was pushing forward, and you could see down to the last frame they were throwing it like they had pressed the throw button, and you could see it from our point of view on Spec Cam, and it just that came down to just frames of what was faster, what made contact quicker.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Here we see kind of one of the earlier pushes, Lightbulb getting some in there, but this is where they didn't quite have enough. And I think, unfortunately, there, it wasn't quite caught on camera, but you saw Lightbulb back. And there was some clams in front of them. I just don't think they saw them. And that could have added to their lead, but ultimately didn't need it. Was able to defend just in time. But, you know, if that had broke, maybe could have been a different story. The clam that was on plat that they didn't grab could have been the difference between winning and losing. Sometimes that's how close these matches can be.
Yeah, I just really felt that in my soul. How close they were, especially because with the tri-strikes were perfectly in line too. Man. I just really felt that. But you know what, Toma? It's okay. Bygones be bygones. Moving on up. We're going on vacation. We got all of our groceries. We're taking our homework. It's spring break. I think that's the next big break period for people that's coming up. We're going to Mahi Mahi Resort this spring break, and we're bringing our homework too from Inkblot. How are we feeling about this one, Toma?
You know, I don't know about you, but I think I'm gonna skip the homework. You know, I don't feel like it. And look at Mahi, look at this. Like, I'm gonna enjoy my time here at the resort, Saf. There's some pools to swim in. Look at this, all this nice, beautiful water. I'm gonna have a blast here.
Wow, okay, so Lightbulb is changing it up and going to the bubble mini for spot zones here. But quickly, Turbulent Toddlers is making a really good headway in trying to fight for the zone, but with 2 members going down already, the fight is pushing forward into Starry Deco's favor here, but no points on the board yet, Toma. This has been neutral for more than 20 seconds now. There we go. You can see Starry Deco finally putting a foot in the door.
Yeah, and as soon as they do, though, that reef slider for Turbulent Toddlers putting this right back into a neutral game, and now they're just fighting it out here on the zone. There's all these jumps coming in from both sides, but there goes a full wipeout onto Starry Deco. Turbulent Toddlers now ready to move forward. That regular slosher. You can already see in such aggressive position, picking off that carbon as it comes in, and already has tri-strikes out. Now, Starry Deco is going to have to find an answer to get back here into this zone, and that can be a little tricky for those who aren't familiar quite with this map. But it looks like they're making do. They've already got 2 down, and look at that zone in no time. They're ready to go, and they have. Oh my god! I was about to say they have 3 down, and then they went 3 down. So after a little bit of a commentator's curse there.
Yeah, I mean, Turbulent Toddlers, this slosher is an absolute menace because as soon as Lightbulb was able to remove the slosher from the equation, they were able to take the zone back in their favor. So I think the biggest thing to look out for, I mean, obviously the reef slider could be an issue here, but I think with this tri-strike aggressive slosher, this is where things can get really hairy for them because they have been an absolute menace since this game has started.
Yeah, and the hammers that keep coming out to Saf, I have to say, are super good. We see them on both sides. We've had, you know, stamps come out from the Wiper at and from the mini last game. They won't see a mini with a stamp this time, unfortunately, but those stamp plays have been really good for clearing the way forward for them, and we see that time and time again right now for Turbulent Toddlers, who's using it to just kind of charge forward, and they know where Starry Deco is, gathering up to be able to pick onto them.
Yeah, you can see Trace here using that Zipcaster to try to be a little bit more of a distraction, going in to try to take the fight. But with the Brella and Ivy trying to pincer them in, that's going to be really crucial for them to try to stay alive here and staying off of the zone. Turbulent Toddlers, though, flipping the lead here. They have 20 points left to go with 2.5 minutes remaining. But Starry Deco is just having trouble breaking in Toma as one after the other tries to make the jump there, but the jump is immediately called out. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, it was downhill from there. Turbulent Toddlers taking us to a tied set.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge there, Saf. And what we saw from the first game, super duper back and forth. Here we saw a very, very dominant game from Turbulent Toddlers, who, between, the bucket with its AoE, the Splatana Stamper finding directs and really good poking at them, and the Stamp moving forward, we just saw really good coordination there from Turbulent Toddlers. And now, what's going to change there on behalf of Starry Deco to be able to find a win back here in map 3?
I'm telling you, dude, they gotta keep an eye on that slosher. They really gotta keep an eye on RS, because RS was just giving them continuous problems throughout that game. But once that threat was removed, it immediately changed. Like, especially earlier on in the game, you could see that Lightbulb was able to survive, take the fight, threw a bubble down, and then immediately took some distraction from Starry Deco away from the zone and onto that bubble and trying to remove that threat as well. So, I mean, also maybe it could come down to a sort of prioritization of objective versus trying to go in and take fights, which is a really hard thing to try to learn and navigate. But I do think that the biggest threat there was RS through that game. So I think Starry Deco needs to figure out how are they going to deal with this bucket aggression, because if they were to change that, I mean, I would be surprised at this point, because it has been working for them, especially in Mahi.
Yeah, it really does, and I think it can continue to work out well for them here as they go into TC Hagglefish. There's a lot of ledges here that you have to watch out for, especially when you're pushing the tower through that second and third checkpoint, where the kind of high ground for defense is just right over a ledge where the slosher is going to want to poke you. But, the same can be said from Starry Deco, who is running these rollers once again, and the Splatanas that are just really good at poking ledges and spacing out enemies. We're not really seeing super, forward comps, but we're seeing these really heavy chip damage, really scary comps where, one person may poke you and so is another person until you're fully down. And just as I say fully down, there goes Turbulent Toddlers in a wipe. Starry Deco going to be using this to claim some space moving forward. They've already got that whale out, and the Splatana pushing forward with the Rapid Blaster very well.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like everybody was just outside the AoE of that Reef Slider, unfortunately. So the wipeout occurring on Turbulent Toddlers, I think, was going to be foreshadowing here, actually, this wipeout happening on Starry Deco. Turbulent Toddlers moving the tower back to mid. Now you can see Tywell on that umbrella trying to take a defensive position here, with Trace trying to help him out with the Stamper. I mean, the Stamp just has so much mobility, because look at this, the white Stamper's already up there. They are taken down, unfortunately. The Carbon, though, trying to follow up, getting a little bit of damage on the umbrella. Huge defensive play by Starry Deco here, but unfortunately, Turbulent Toddlers is still going to be maintaining this push as RS jumps into the game with Zay following up. The first checkpoint now going to fall with the Tri-Strike's help there for Turbulent Toddlers.
The bucket there, Saf, huge for keeping this bucket or this push going. Just really fast, getting in and knowing exactly what they need to do. And now you have a Reef Slider 2 online for Turbulent Toddlers.
Whoa! That was a Stamp throw!
Oh my god! And the strike's out too! Turbulent Toddlers are just out here in a show of force. RS here, and here comes in the Reef Slider 2, finding a pick onto the tower. They're all trying to collapse there, and just the Wiper left alone. But this is a huge, huge push to 6 staff. What? God, that was a crazy push.
Yeah, that was awesome. Starry Deco, though, now able to break back in. Thank goodness for them. Down to the 6 mark, though, so they have to push this pretty far. This is a mountain to climb, folks. But good control of mid so far, even with that bomb coming out and trying to clear some space. You can see Zay and RS working really well together here. Look at that, a string of 3 down in the corner there. They're trying to hold onto the tower as best as they can, trying to maintain the fight. With the jump coming in, though, the tower is still going to be locked in that corner there. You can see the Viper trying to hold on to the fight, but that Zay is going to be the victor with throwing the stamp at them here. I mean, Starry Deco has a lot of ground to make up, Toma. They got to play this super carefully.
Yeah, they're definitely sorry. I was like, got distracted by something there for just a second. But right now, Lightbulb here has this bubble on the ready for the defense, Saf. But the strikes coming out right here is going to stop that play from happening. Lightbulb is just trying to flounder around to get onto that tower, potentially. There goes that bubble for the second checkpoint. Will they be able to break it here? They're dancing that tower pole, but unfortunately, looks like the undercover gonna hop up on there, but they're still going. It still could potentially happen, but no, Saf, unfortunately, there is the full wipe onto them. It was a really, really good try there. That bubble popped at a really good time. I thought it was going to come out sooner, and they held it for actually a much better moment there.
Yeah, Lightbulb tried to delay that as best as they could. I mean, I felt that in my soul, just popping a bubble when you're solo and just trying to use the walls of it to defend you. Like, I totally understand what Lightbulb was trying to do, and they played the long game with that one there. You can see them, look at this, taking 2 different people to distract away from the tower here. Zay trying to follow up, Lightbulb gonna opt to jump out though. Complete distraction away, but where is the rest of Starry Deco trying to take a fight here? 2 members of Turbulent Toddlers going down and a trade on Starry Deco. Again, another fight to the death here to try to hold this tower and keep it away from that final checkpoint. You can see Tywell trying to hold down that platform area. RS successful in the fight on tower. They gotta do something here right now, Toma, or else Starry Deco is gonna be able to flounder and not take it. But with 3 members of Turbulent Toddlers going down, once again, they have 30 seconds left to try to follow up here, Toma. This is the last call. Last call!
Stop, that push is now down all the way to 1. So the only option left for Starry Deco here is the full knockout, and they're gonna have to get a lot of ground to get that going right now. They have 2 down on Turbulent Toddlers. That's a good start. The whale coming out as they start to round this corner towards the first checkpoint
They can
area,
see the jump.
and you've got to be careful. Look at Tywell there in the oh my gosh, I don't even know what happened there.
Through.
I
They
was
broke
looking.
through.
Oh, I was looking, I was like, are they gonna build a reef slider? And I didn't even see the other side. That Stamper coming in beautifully to mop things up.
Yeah, that was a really hard fought fight. I mean, you can tell they were really trying there to hold it down and keep it going, but Turbulent Toddlers was successful. And I mean, once they got it to the 6, I mean, sometimes that can really hurt your morale and you're like, oh, like, what can we do to try to keep it going? Because it just sucks, because especially in tower control, it's like once you lose one person, it just can all fall apart so fast.
Yeah, I think all of us who have played comp have been there, done that at least once before.
Yeah, it just like, sometimes it really does just come down to like, just don't die. Just don't die.
And especially what you said about morale, Saf, you know, mental is such a huge part of Splatoon, and being able to keep that up can, you know, very often make the difference between winning or losing a match or an entire set. And so in these really rough, super pressure situations, sometimes it doesn't even necessarily come down to, you know, who's the better team mechanically. It's just who can keep their head cool under pressure.
Right. And
under pressure.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just realized that afterwards. I was like, okay, did that on purpose? Yeah, sure.
But it's true though. It's really hard to keep a level head and to keep your cool when you are under an immense amount of stress and you're trying to make in the moment decisions, even though sometimes you can tell even in the moment that you're like, this is not the best decision, but I'm gonna do this anyway, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like, but you're playing with a group of 3 that is also making split level decisions. So you have to like try to make those together in the moment sometimes. And that's really hard to do. Synergy. It's really hard to build and to like get in the head of your teammates when you're trying to figure out who's gonna do what and how you can like either help them or, you know, assist or what have you. So
Absolutely. And now we're entering a match point situation for Turbulent Toddlers, going into Scorch Gorge on Rainmaker and Saf. You know, we've seen the rollers, we've seen the sloshers, and this is once again just another map that's beautifully set up for them to shine. And more importantly, Saf, this is a very, very fast map where, you know, the difference of having like that stamp out or something to guide your Rainmaker can really make the difference. And we do see a heavy edit coming out, a weapon I haven't seen played in quite a while that's going to give them a cooler to help their fights, which could be a really big factor right now as they go out for this pop. And Saf, you know, we know how Scorch Gorge goes. This is going to be a battle of who can run this thing the fastest.
Yeah, definitely. Once that first checkpoint falls, I mean, it is all uphill from here, if you get what I'm saying. If you know, you know. Starry Deco responding to pick up this Rainmaker. There's a fight happening in the midsection, though, because most of Turbulent Toddlers is kind of pushed up here. Not afraid to put on a little bit of pressure, as Trace is going to ultimately take the Rainmaker down. I mean, this game has just started, and it's just kind of very minimal splats. I would say, like, it's a little bit of a fight, but people are kind of not trying to overextend. They don't want to get too cocky. You can see RS finding themselves a beautiful double pick there. Tywell picking up the Rainmaker now, just trying to, once again, make success of your man advantage. But, I mean, with Turbulent Toddlers going 3 down, this is where Starry Deco could really shine here. And try to make some headway, but it seems like both teams are really quick to respond so far, Toma. Because, like, even though it's only been about a minute into the game, it's like nothing has really happened, but like you would expect a lot to happen by this point.
Yeah, no, usually by this point you've seen like a checkpoint break or both on either side. But right now they're just really trying to fight it out and find a little bit of ground, and neither team able to do so far. You see there the Rainmaker going ahead of its team and getting punished for it, as now Starry Deco here, they've got this bubble, but oh my gosh, the slosher in the bubble gonna cause a little bit of chaos, and now gonna give Turbulent Toddlers another chance to be able to hold it here. But you know, just the Rainmaker left up isn't gonna be a good situation, and Starry Deco able to collapse in on that, and now is trying to start painting a lot of this mid-orange.
I like that Lightbulb walked away from that just unscathed. Like, RS was out for blood, and they were just like, I'm just gonna back up and not be a part of this, and then they end up going down here. Starry Deco now looking for their first checkpoint break here as the tri-strikes come out. 3 members of Starry Deco going down at the exact same time, though, the trifecta occurring there. The checkpoint did still fall, though, so only one more hill to climb for Starry Deco at the moment. But Turbulent Toddlers taking the Rainmaker back down into the pit section. They don't want to be having it in a critical area like that checkpoint.
Yeah, and they have to watch out for this pop now, you know, as it's going on. Both teams are quite up there, so one could go down to the pop, and the Wiper Deco does. The Rapid Blaster now backed up in that corner, but actually it's Starry Deco who picked up, despite not being the team to pop there. R5 here looking at Lightbulb in that corner, but unable to find a pick so far. And just, gosh, so much back and forth right now. Turbulent Toddlers does have the Rainmaker once again, but unfortunately you keep seeing the Rainmaker being picked up and they have people down. You don't really have somebody to go forward and guide this Rainmaker to the checkpoint, which they really need to get at this point.
Yeah, and I appreciate Tywell backing up here because this is not a fight that you want to be taking. It almost looked like that Turbulent Toddlers were the ones to pick up the Rainmaker, but they immediately shut that down with the stamp coming in. Tywell, unfortunately, going down in the corner there as well, though. This is a critical point for the Rainmaker to be in because it's hard for Turbulent Toddlers to pull it out of there. But Starry Deco is really defending such a narrow lead. This is a very low-scoring Rainmaker game.
Yeah, this is not something you're used to seeing, and right now, you know, I can't help but notice it feels like a different member of Turbulent Toddlers every time is picking up this rain. It doesn't feel like they quite have a dedicated Rainmaker person to pick up. And right now, I think that they're kind of struggling with that because they aren't always positioned right when the Rainmaker gets picked up. They've got people out of position and no one really to help guide it. So right now, I think that they need to specifically be looking at that heavy edit to get a cooler up and then pick up that Rainmaker for them and let their more aggressive team members go forward and fight for them. They are coming up and trudging up that ramp, but the Killer Whale going to make quick work of them, leaving just R5. Actually, nope, gonna leave no one alive. Now 40 seconds left in this game, and Starry Deco has control of the Rainmaker once again.
Starry Ducko 8 right there and left no crumbs at all, picking up the Rainmaker, taking it back to the first checkpoint area. But once again, Turbulent Toddlers quick to respond to put for Starry Deco into a 3-down scenario here. I mean, at this point, if Starry Deco just plays a strong defense and just holds that first checkpoint area, I mean, they got this, and we're going to go to a game 5. There was a firework. If anyone saw that, just blinked and saw that.
And now, yeah, unfortunately, RS in this really awkward position where all Starry Deco is here to pop. No one really going to be able to grab that Rainmaker in time, and Starry Deco going to walk away, tying this set 2-2, Saf.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's like, I don't know, low-scoring Rainmaker games aren't as entertaining, but when you're playing them, they are. Because there's a reason that they're low-scoring. It's because each team keeps wiping the other, and no one can get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And gosh, Saf, that's just... Oh, it felt like everything but nothing was happening at the same time, because I was like, every time something shaped up, I'm like, oh my gosh, here they go, no, they didn't. And then
right.
Here they go, no, they didn't. And it just over and over and over again. As, you know, Starry Deco or Turbulent Toddlers picked up the other one was just there immediately to shut it down and not let it go any further. It's kind of like, you know, just unstoppable, or, you know, unmovable defenses on both sides for them, really.
Yeah, but you know what? We appreciate them because they are taking us into a game 5, which, I mean, is always a really good time. But you know what's interesting, Toma? Both of these teams were undefeated in their group, so this battle that we're having right now is the first time either of these teams have been defeated, and it's to each other. So that's some narrative for y'all, and they're moving us into a game 5 on Robo Ramen. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting, and we're picking up where we started because we're going and playing Clam Blitz. Okay, we started with Clam Blitz, and Starry Deco was successful in Clam Blitz. They had a really, really strong showing in Clam Blitz. But Turbulent Toddlers had really strong tower control and Splat Zones games. I mean, they locked it down. They took the tower all the way to the 1 point. They practically knocked it out. And so strong on Splat Zones too. But then Starry Deco just had the stronger defense when it really mattered there in Rainmaker. So going into Clam Blitz on a game 5 between Starry Deco and Turbulent Toddlers on your Junior Draft semifinals, what are we going to try to expect to see, Toma? Because once again, there are no comp changes.
Yeah, you've got to play this carefully, I think, and you got to remember, Saf, that this, in Clam Blitz, the first game, it all came down to Starry Deco being able to just barely shut down Turbulent Toddlers' overtime push. And had they failed to do that, this would have been a 3-0 set, and we wouldn't be in game 5. It would have been a clean sweep. But being able to stop that there allowed them to be able to put a lot of momentum on their side and get themselves to a tied set here. So they've got to take what they learned from that Clam Blitz game that was so close and really be able to apply it all here. And right now it looks like they've done just that. They're in a great position here forward with a lot of pressure on this map, and they've got 2 down on Turbulent Toddlers. This Power Clam looking for a way in, and is going to be able to find that basket down to 71, and that is going to be their first push there as they fully wipe. Turbulent Toddlers needs to find some plans, and they need to move across this map fast while Starry Deco's respawning.
Yeah, look at that. RS is already in the spawning area of Starry Deco, and the basket had not even closed yet. All 4 members of Starry Deco really bunched up here too, finding themselves going down. The other 2 bunching up, Ivy and Lightbulb, the last ones to defend, with these tri-strikes coming out, clearing some space for Tywell and RS to try to cause some damage here. But the defensive game is actually on the side of Starry Deco here as the stamp comes out and takes one out. But with Zay following up with a stamp of their own, they're able to take out the last member of Starry Deco and are looking for the basket pop here as they find success in contact in doing so, looking for follow-up. But Turbulent Toddlers is unable to get in close and make it, except for Tywell, who was able to throw in 1 clam there. Make it 2.
Yeah, they're still here. They may be able to add some more. They're down to 71. Zay trying to find 1 more, but unfortunately not able to. That is where the push is going to end, and of course you can't have a tied game So that's going to break right back in favor of Starry Deco, who had the lead in the first place. You have to be the first one to reach a score if you're going to tie break in the lead. Now, though, Turbulent Toddlers, you know, even though they just lost that push, they're already ready to go. You have these tri-strikes out in a wonderful position. They got to pick onto the Carbon Roller as well. They're ready to try to get something going again, but they don't have a Power Clam online quite yet. Zay moving in with that stamp, finds two, trying to find another, but unfortunately going down, leaving just the dualies aligned. And there's no clam here, Saf. They're moving up, but no clam, and they need to come back because Starry Deco is going to start making a beeline for their base.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if they're calling for any jumps. Are they using beacons, Toma? They do have beacons at their disposal. Turbulent Toddlers could try to make a break in there, especially because Zay was able to get so close. I think that's who's using the dualies right now. But you can see we have Starry Deco having a clam in their possession, but that is a target on their back. As you can see, 3 members of Turbulent Toddlers are going after them to try to take them down. The other 3 are hesitant to push forward. Look at that. They can see all 3 members of Turbulent Toddlers trying to chase down their own ball user, and Starry Deco is hesitant to push forward. They're a little bit afraid, Toma, to try to go in and fight, but this 1-point difference here, I mean, if they want to just play the long game, they could, but this is not a safe lead by any means.
No, not at all, Staff. And they have this bubble up for the defense, but Turbulent Toddlers is ready to make things happen. They're trying to break in through this elbow, but still you have to note, Staff, the lack of clams currently on the map for them. They're in this position where they're ready to try to get a push going, but just they don't have the economy together to open the basket. And unfortunately, this push is going to kind of stall out there because they don't have them. They're 3 down, Saf, but they have to find the clams. This would be a perfect scoring opportunity, but they don't have a way to open the basket.
Oh my goodness. There's not even enough between all of them to build one at this time. They have such good control of mid, they had to back up, but at least they know to back up, they gotta conserve their resources, right? Okay, here we go. RS able to make one, but unfortunately not close enough to actually get it in there. But you can see all members are trying to break in, all hands on deck. Zay going in with the stamp, but that is gonna result in a delayed wipeout for Turbulent Toddlers and the loss of their ball there. So Starry Deco, I mean, again, defensive long game.
And Turbulent Toddlers really needs to get a clam online now. They don't have a lot of time left, Staff. The Dualies has 5. They're throwing some clams. They need to find 2 more. 1 more. There is the ball. All they need to do is get it to the basket, but that Wiper has other plans. Moving in and gets picked 2 down, Saf. This may be their opportunity. Here comes out the stamp. There's a stamp on both sides. Oh, that looks like it might be G's for them, Saf. I don't think they're going to be able to get across the map and get that ball in time.
No.
Once again, Saf, it all came down to a clutch defense from, the
spawns and the defense. Yeah, the spawn. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like they were getting teased by the clam spawns in this one, in my opinion, because Starry Deco held very close to the belt with this one. They did not leave their spawn very much at all. They got a very, very small lead with the exact same penalty at that. They got a very, very slim lead, and they did not really leave their basket area once. They stuck to defense the entire time. So really it was like they was strong, don't give me that. They held on to a 1-point lead for a very long time. But at the same time, you have to consider that the entirety of the map was basically in control by Turbulent Toddlers.
Yeah.
And they did not get enough clams to break into the basket, and they had multiple times where they could have. There was a little bit of floundering, sure. Like, they had so many clams, they got really close, but then they had to back up because everybody respawned back in. This was their initial break right here, but they had no follow-up. But then it's like they had so much map control for a lot of that game, and even between all 4 members staying alive when they had the map control, nobody had enough clams to try to break in there. Like, so it's like, it's good defense, but it's also, I think the clam spawns were just not there.
Yeah, that's unfortunately how it goes sometimes, and because of that, unfortunately, we won't see the infant matchup of all time. No coughing babies versus Turbulent
infant finals. Infant Thunderdome.
But when we come back, we will be getting into Coughing Babies versus Starry Deco for our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We will be right back with grand finals.
why this would bother her or someone else. She's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to her. She started crying and ran away. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birth parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting her peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called to our SVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged in. Said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and his new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day with her theatrics. So am I the a-hole for wanting to uninvite her to the baby shower? Am I the a-hole if I uninvite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband? My husband and I met each other at a ski lodge 9 years.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Happy Saturday. I hope you're all cozied up, relaxed. Maybe you have a warm beverage, perhaps, whatever time it is for you. Thank you for joining us for Under Pressure Chill Season Junior Draft. I am your host, Saf. I'm here with my great friend, Toma. We're moving on to finals, Tomas. Coughing Babies versus Starry Deco, both teams we've seen on stream already today. Starry Deco we just got to hang out with earlier. Which is really fun. We're in the finals in a best of 5 scenario. Now, Toma, Coughing Babies, undefeated. They have gone through the day completely undefeated, which is very cool. Starry Deco having gone undefeated until their bout with Turbulent Toddlers, which we just saw going 3-2. A very, very close fight with Turbulent Toddlers. That's the first time that they were defeated. Now going against Coughing Babies, who has been undefeated all day. And then our third place match votes happening down below, if you're following along on the Battlefy bracket, is Top Dogs versus Turbulent Toddlers. Turbulent Toddlers getting knocked down into third. So,
something to point out, Saf, is that Coughing Babies, so we saw them obviously way earlier. Their last round that just happened was a 3-0 versus Top Dogs. Well, if you look back in Group C, our undefeated team in Group C, Top Dogs, and Coughing Babies was right below them at 3-1. And Top Dogs took a 2-1 victory over Coughing Babies back in round 3 of the Swiss bracket. So Coughing Babies turning around their luck there and saying, hey, we're not repeating the group stage. We're here to win, and taking that victory from Top Dogs to make it here to grand finals.
Oh, that is so exciting. Thank you for that. Thank you for that correction, that little edit. That was awesome. But okay, so Coughing Babies, something that to note that we saw last time. I believe they were running a Hydra Knot comp and it was working for them.
It
Definitely
sure was.
untraditional, not really something that you would typically want to run, I don't think. I feel like double splatling like came and gone kind of as the seasons come and go in this game. But Hyperst, really good Knot player, had a lot of really great positioning areas. Wishmaker, I believe, was their bucket player, also super aggressive, able to go in and try to take fights. But on Starry Deco, who we just got to watch, Lightbulb and Ivy, this duo is a tough duo to try to fight because consistently I was finding them trying to push people into 2v1s, or that a lot of times when two people were down, and there was the last two up, it was frequently Lightbulb and Ivy, or Lightbulb and Ivy wore one of the two that was frequently alive. Like one of the two in the you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. So I think we have a really good matchup here. There's a lot of good stuff so far that we've gotten to see from both teams. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen when we go back to Mahi Mahi Resort. We're extending our vacation, opening up on the resort on spot zones.
Oh boy, I'm super excited. And I'm hearing from a little bird that we will actually, there's going to be a little bit of a sub out happening. So it'll take us a little bit to get into this match. But I'm interested to see what that will be changing. And I believe that sub out is going to be happening on the side of Coughing Babies. So we'll see something a little bit different coming out from them, depending on who's subbed out. Maybe we won't see that double Splatling return, or maybe we'll see one of their other weapons change and they might have to adapt their comp to be able to fit that.
Yeah, and if they do that, how, like, how is that going to fit what they do? Especially because even if someone plays the same weapon and you sub them in, it's like their play style of that weapon could still be completely different, It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you get close enough with folks that you keep playing with and you just start to, like, pick up on things that your teammates do, the synergy, man, I'm telling you, it's a hard thing to try to fix, or, like, you put a little bit of a glitch in the system. And it can really mess with it, or it can be okay and you can work with it.
Yeah, it definitely can be. I'm so excited to see what's going on here, Saf, and I'm ready to see what's gonna break back out here. I think we saw I don't think we saw in the first round Mahi. We saw Mahi last round.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it was not a map where Starry Deco shined, unfortunately. It was one where Turbulent Toddlers got a very defensive or a good knockout. So I'm interested to see what Starry Deco will be doing to kind of respond to that situation, and seeing what they can change up. Or, if just maybe the different team matchup might play out better for them, because you got to remember they play these wipers, buckets, other things that are more ledge campy. We saw really ledge campy weapons from both teams in that previous set. A lot of roller coming out as well, blaster, other things that control a lot of space, and that might make it a little bit harder for those Splatlings to really be able to hold things down.
Yeah, I agree with you there, especially because that's just a much more stationary choice. Especially because just seeing the gameplay from Coughing Babies previously, the Knot from Hype and the Hydra like to play together. They were seen a lot together, and even on Spot Zone's Hagglefish, they were seen a lot together, playing together. So I would assume on Spot Zone's Mahi that probably wouldn't be any different, just because that's a lot of firepower coming from both of them. Even though one has a little bit more mobility than the other, and especially with those throwing those point sensors out can be super helpful for the teammates that might want to be a little more aggressive and push forward. So, yeah, I'm happy that both these teams have had a really good run today, have had some challenges, had some cool turnarounds, and now finding themselves in grand finals. That's got to be pretty cool. Again, back to the making a bracket and pushing your way up in your first tournament type thing. Like, that's got to be really cool. And it's like, I hope to see more from these folks in the future, maybe to graduate from junior draft.
Absolutely, and it's really cool, and it's also, though, at the same time, to have a lot of pressure, and you can let things get to your head definitely in these kinds of situations where it's like, hey, we've had this perfect tournament run, we can't let it slip away here. And lots of times you'll see that kind of mental thing mess with people as they're getting ready in grand finals, and games may go kind of unexpectedly. So it's definitely going to be a battle of not only just Splatoon, but who can keep that cool head and who can keep their wits about them.
Yeah, and that's so tough to do as well, right? Because it's really hard to make a split decision when you have to consider the actions of other people, and you want to like do the right thing, and like you could be on stream as well. That adds a whole other factor, and it. Like, you're okay. You know what? You're right. It's in the name, Under Pressure. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in and a lot to consider.
It is a lot to consider, a lot to take in. Staff, and you know, like I've said time and time again, you know, throughout the things, that mental is so important with it and whatnot, but it's also important to, you know, give yourself credit for what you've done here today. It's gotta feel, like you said, feel very good to make it here, and it's really, really cool, I think, for these players. I'm really excited to see what they're gonna bring out, what they're gonna do. I'm excited to see, hopefully, what they do for the future, because I can't say like how excited I am, Saf, whenever I am you know, running FTIU or LSL, and I see a team, you know, maybe a month from now, I'm sitting there and I'm like looking at my participants list, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a team called Coughing Babies, and I'm like, huh, where do I remember that team from? They sound familiar. I go and look it up, and I'm like, oh my god, they were in juniors draft, and you know, and I'll talk to them, and they'll be like, oh yeah, after juniors draft, we wanted to stick together, we wanted to keep playing, and those kinds of experiences are really cool.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the biggest joys of being a TO, right? Is like when, especially someone that gets really involved in seeding and putting different brackets together and groups together and stuff, you start to recognize different folks, and you almost in your own way keep a mental track record of how people have been doing, like their own personal progress, because you know, sometimes there's folks I feel that stay together for a long time as a team, but then you have other folks as individuals that like to jump from team to team and experience a lot of it, and you know, play with different people and work their way up the ladder kind of thing. But I think that, like, from a TO perspective, when you get to host these events for people, one of the most fun things about it is starting to recognize teams that you see literally start from scratch or the bottom, and then they push their way up, and then they become like a low-ink regular. They start pushing their way through the low-ink brackets, and then, you know, and then as they push their way through the low-ink brackets, there's like a narrative there, because then you start seeing them play in other IPL things. Maybe you see them play in like Dapple and Squid Junction and stuff. And you start to like just see their name become more and more popular. I feel like I've seen that happen so many times with teams over the last few years. And you know, some teams rise really high or like to their own personal ceiling, and then they end up like calling it quits or whatever, which happens, and that's fine. But it's still fun to see just from the sidelines that rapid progression for teams.
I'm excited to see when those happen. You know, I can't tell you the amount of time, like, with as far as you talk about like progression and that teams have, right? I love to talk about this team because it was one of like the greatest success stories, I think, from the past year of competitive Splatoon. And that story for me started off in FTIU with Octopi.
Yo.
And seeing them start from this little team that was going through FTIU week to week, trying to, you know, just get to gold bracket and be able to win it. And then going through that to, you know, where they were able to make Division 1 of last year, you know, season of Ludi. Like, it's crazy how these teams that start out just, you know, wanting to have fun, starting in these really low level events can really skyrocket.
Yeah, and then they have this insane, I like the insane amount of like resilience and also patience, not only with your teammates but your own skill to try to improve. And you have to think Octopi did that in like a year. So you're so right about that, because I remember when we were like, oh hell yeah, Octopi, and then like they were showing up at LANs and we got to meet some of them at LANs. And then, yeah, and then now they had this, like, really awesome success story. But listen. We are in Grand Finals. Bring it on back now to Junior Draft with us. We're not talking about Octopi anymore. We're talking about Junior Draft. We're in Grand Finals. Check it on out, yo. It is Coughing Babies versus Starry Deco.
Excited to see them come out here. We do see that double Splatling comp return on the side of Coughing Babies, and right now the early zone fight, though, looks like it's going in Starry Deco's favor. There's 2 down on Coughing Babies. Brutus trying to hold it down on top here, but getting pushed by that blaster. You've got Starry Deco with a lot of this AoE that's forcing them back. The roller trying to go in, does find 2, leaving just the wiper online. Now the battle between them and Hypers going down is going to put the zone back into a neutral state, and Hypers looking to try to get it as those 2 Splatlings face that wiper down, but unfortunately isn't going to be enough at the moment. And you can see that they do find the zone cap, but not before going 3 down, Saf.
Yeah, the zone now finally going back to Starry Deco's favor there. I mean, Noisiest held it down for a long time, trying to keep and maintain ink on the zone to keep it neutral. And they did that so well. There's still so much time left to be had, but that can just feel like forever, even though it's just seconds. A bit of a neutral game here. You have a lot of point sensors coming out, but still, Starry Deco is successful in holding it down and winning those neutral fights. And I mean, really, they got to be removing Noisiest out of here, because Noisiest is just throwing down paint left and right and getting tons and tons of stamps. Lightbulb having so much space to work with here, pushing up with that bubble. That's just textbook and beautiful there. But with Brutus having so much shredding damage, that bubble's going to be immediately taken out. But just no aggression to be had from Coughing Babies here, Toma. They just don't really know where they can try to break in and have the most success.
And I think the struggle for them right now, too, has a lot to do with Ivy's range. You see this Hydra and this Nautilus that keep getting kind of pushed up. They want to sit up where anchors kind of sit, but Ivy keeps poking that area with the blaster and isn't giving them any space to really work with. You actually see Ivy doing a little bit of a dance there, celebrating their knockout, as now they're moving forward and they're just trying to keep Coughing Babies locked up in their base, and 3 down. They're doing a great job of it. Just Wishmaker left to come back here onto the zone, but it is going to be pressured by all of Starry Deco, and it looks like they're staggering in just a little bit. They need to wait for the rest of their team to be able to make these plays happen, South, but with this timer ticking down, not a lot of time left. They have to make a play now if they're going to get this zone, and it starts with that booyah. There is that zone cap. That is another lease on life for Coughing Babies.
Yeah, good zone flip for Coughing Babies. Good wipeout to follow up that zone flip. Holy smokes. Coughing Babies got to take full advantage of this and push forward. The jump in coming as well. Good control of mid here. The fight happening over on the right. The juice also going to be coming out here. This is where Coughing Babies could try to snowball it into their favor. They have a lot of ground to make up with at least 50 seconds here and finding themselves in a 2-down scenario. And with, again, there's Noisiest coming in over from the side, not only causing damage and causing poke, but throwing down so much ink at the same time. If you don't have enough ink for your splat planes to try to push around and work with, and or your carbon to try to push around and work with, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to maintain a foothold here. And I think that Starry Deco has been proving that.
Yeah, and especially with the combination that Noisiest has with Ivy, with the missiles and the whale together, is just really, really working out for them. They're ticking down this zone right now with 11 penalty remaining, but Coughing Baby is looking to try to make the cap here, and it looks like they are just so close to their SAF, and they finally find that cap, leaving just one member of Starry Deco up, who's going to take a trade on the zone. Now we're looking for Starry Deco to play this disciplined and wait before charging in. They're going to try to build up some special, come in with their team. They've got a bubble online from the mini splatling to give them kind of a safe area to paint zone from, and they are going to be able to cap and get the full wipeout onto Coughing Babies. This is huge for them.
Yeah, that was really good defense. And again, I think it came down to that bubble, just creating a safe space, but also an uninkable surface unless you're able to break through it. But if you have someone as aggressive as Lightbulb that is very good at keeping situational awareness about them, I mean, then it's going to be really difficult to try and take them out and remove them. But again, Coughing Babies has had a really good success in trying to break back in here. But I think just with the amount of paint and the amount of aggression coming out from Starry Deco, I mean, they had that in the bag, and I think that splat zones in general just seems like a very strong mode for Starry Deco.
Absolutely, and you know, Starry Deco may have lost that last time against oh my gosh, what was it? Something toddlers? Oh my gosh, I've already forgotten their name. Turbulent. I'm like, okay, what are my T words? I've got to go through them. Let's learn the alphabet, folks. But they were able to say, hey, you know, yeah, we did lose that one, but we're going to show you we still know how to play this map. And they definitely did. That was played pretty textbook, honestly, Saf.
Yeah, that was looking really good for them. I'm really impressed by their gameplay once again, because it just, yeah, seems like Splat Zones is just a really good mode for them in general, regardless of map. But looking at the replay here, I mean, consistently Starry Deco was maintaining the zone, taking down their penalty points, took it all the way to the knockout. But Coughing Babies still, they had a lot of space to work with because they could break back out and take the zone back in their favor, and they were not afraid to take fights when members of Starry Deco were staggered to try to come in and fight them as well. So I think maybe just when Coughing Babies has to try to push back into the map, they have to try to be a little bit more together versus having the confidence to try to stagger themselves back in. But time will only tell on tower control. Hagglefish here. I mean, the Hydra would have a really good time getting set up there, but they have to be careful of that rapid deco because that is going to cause a problem.
Yeah, and you know, ironically, like, I'm not crazy, right? I've got to go look back and look at this, but we had Mahi in the last one, and we had, I think, no, it wasn't TC, was it? It was TC Hagglefish also in the last round, one after another. Starry Deco lost both of those matches, so they're gonna look here and say, see if they can gotta pull off a repeat of like, hey, we lost this, but we're gonna win it this time. But it's Coughing Babies holding the early space right now. Hyperst on that tower and has a rain out as the Carbon Roller comes in, is able to pick them because of it, able to pick the Wiper as well, even though they're gonna back up and give up that checkpoint break for now. And you can kind of see them starting to regroup, and that is a really good play for Coughing Babies to know that, hey, that push isn't going to go anywhere. Let's try to get back together before going in again.
Yeah, that opening by Coughing Babies felt like a side scroller video game where it was like, okay, we're going to keep going, and it's all Coughing Babies. There is nobody on Starry Deco. There's no orange to be seen. But now Starry Deco is finally making a bit of an appearance, a bit of a wave here. They do have a couple points on the board, but unfortunately finding themselves in the wipeout as Coughing Babies has such good control and a good foothold of this corner area here, because that's exactly where you want to be, is where the second checkpoint is. The first checkpoint is always difficult because there's huge vantage points, but once you get into the second checkpoint, having a bubble here and making sure you can take your fights and hold and defend from that top L-shaped area there where Ivy's kind of at the beginning of, then you can be very, very successful here, as Coughing Babies still, once again, is maintaining this push, Toma. They are not letting this tower go back to mid.
Yeah, and Hyperst has been finding great picks for them as they're riding the tower, especially on that right-hand side under the tent. Just really keeping up excellent pressure there. But Starry Deco now finding their footing as they're breaking back out, looking for Wishmaker there on the ramp, but two go down. Now just leaving the blaster on line for Starry Deco. Coughing Babies really does not want to give this one up.
No, and especially with Threat coming in to try to jump in. Hyperst is very comfortable on the tower, finding two picks before going down, but you can see Lightbulb trying to lock it in and paint in front of the tower, trying to give them some space, with Threat able to respawn in time to move that tower back into the midsection. But when you have Wishmaker and a Booyah Bomb to follow up here, I mean, the jump-ins also for Coughing Babies have been insane because they have not let up. Nobody's been in Coughing Babies' space this entire game.
Like, is this Splatoon 1 Sop? Are we seeing, like, the quick super jump meta just coming back in? Because it looks like right now Coughing Baby is just, like, they haven't left. Like, they keep just coming back in, they die, they quick super jump back, and that's how they're playing this. Ivy is on the longest flank in the world that I've ever seen right now, coming back in around onto this tower, looking at Brutus, trying to find some picks, and look, they're trying to find one in that brush, and the brush is just closing that space. Finally, Ivy finds the pick onto them, and now it looks like that may have been a good play for Starry Deco to find their footing again, because now they're back here towards this mid area where they haven't been for most of the match.
Yeah, they're just now finding out what mid is like, and I think it's partially thanks to Ivy and their length of the world, maybe 3 times length of the world flank that they were just on. They're a little excursion, if you will. But now Starry Deco pushing this tower forward, 2 members finding themselves going down. The bubble has been popped. Brutus is in a prime position for a backline to be, but by firing tons of shots, kind of a warning sign there for Starry Deco to have to back up. But again, Coughing Baby so quick to respond. That Ink Storm coming out, holding down that left-hand side, locking the tower in on the right, with plenty of ink to use and space in the court for Coughing Babies to use to get through. Starry Deco has, I mean, if they get this tower and they get back out and push back into mid, this is the last time that they're going to be able to try to do something here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close one here, as they're going to have to, like, fight through a lot of ground to be able to take back a lead from Coughing Babies. And right now, Coughing Babies showing no sign of letting them have that. Hyperst on the tower finding 2 great picks. All right, now, though, just the respawns.
Whoa.
There's the full wipeout as they get a kill on 2 through that spawn armor staff. And now they're going to be sitting here breaking through this third checkpoint potentially, trying to look at them down as just
How
Starry
is Brutus
Gecko is
still alive?
rushing that. Oh my
How?
gosh, Saf, just Wishmaker left here to try to fight for this tower, and finally they go down. The brush does get a jump in. Do they know, Saf? They do.
They do.
They do know, and oh my god, actually all of them got jumps in. I didn't realize all of them were back there. This really is the quick super jump meta, Saf.
Yeah, they were, oh no, they had to jump back because they were trying to fight, but then turned their foot leaving the tower to jump allowed for Hypers to take it because they were sturdy on there with the knot. I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, the name of the game for Coughing Babies there was Quick Super Jump. I mean, truly, they were in the you want to talk about a game where people were in their faces, you can refer back to this one, folks, because Coughing Babies did not let up for the entirety of that game. They were in their faces the whole time. So, okay, that's a win for Coughing Babies. We know that on tower control, they can be really aggressive, and Quick Super Jump is the name of the game for them because they don't want to leave the objective alone for a second. But moving into game number 3, the set is now tied. We're going to Museum de Alfonsino. We have punched our tickets for the day for entry, and we're going to be playing Rainmaker.
Yeah, and Saf, now this is kind of reaching into territory we haven't seen yet before. We saw all of that going down before on Mahi and on Hagglefish. We saw them turn it around from their previous set on Mahi, but unfortunately on Hagglefish, looks like kind of the same thing happened, and maybe just tower control happens to be a weak mode for them. But luckily for them, that's the only time they're gonna have to play it for the rest of this set. Saf, you got Rainmaker, Clan Blitz, and the final one is back to Splat Zones. So really, they're looking if they can survive all the way to that Splat Zones game. With how strong their Splat Zones games have been, this could work out really well for Starry Gecko.
Yeah, this could be good for Starry Gecko. I believe in it. I definitely believe in it, especially because they kept on trying to get something cooking. But I mean, with Coughing Babies being able to jump that quickly with no beacons, can we just talk about that? They had no beacons, and they just kept jumping. They kept having safe jumps. They felt confident to do it. They were quick enough to do it. They were there the entire time. So, I mean, that's pretty wild. And how is that going to fare going into Rainmaker? But I don't know, because I think Starry Gecko has a really strong defense. And they have a, I mean, clearly, because they can hold it down with only a 1-point difference for a very long time. So I'm confident in them that they're going to make the right choice here and play their cards right and play it slow.
Yeah, and we get to see them go out, but we're actually going to be changing hosts real fast. So kind of got a little sneak peek if you were fast enough. I was looking into a chat, so I was not fast enough to see what those comps were looking at.
Yeah, right. Look, yeah, we're going to have a hosting switch here. So Starry Gecko is going to be switching over to hosting this lobby for us. So we just have a couple more minutes before we get started here. But everybody is ready to go, so it should just be like a minute or two for our lobby to get reset up. But Toma, thinking about Clam's Museum, especially with Rainmaker, that first checkpoint is so close. It's so close yet so far, depending on what journey you decide to take.
Yeah, and it's really, you know, it's kind of interesting to see when it happens because, you know, Seth, it's either if you can get a good wipe or a good, you know, special like strikes, Zuka, something to clear out Plat a little bit, it's an easy little hop across mid, and then you're just already basically on top of the podium for the checkpoint. Right. Or you have to go all the way around the ramp, and it's not really that much longer. But God, it feels so much longer when you're actually having to trudge the Rainmaker all that way.
You're like, it sure feels that way though.
Yeah, for sure. But this is one of those ones too. And now I'm gonna say this, and I may regret it, Saf, because we saw Scorch Gorge, which was like, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the break first checkpoint and hold forward map, and then we like never got past first check. Yeah, no, we stayed there. This is kind of the same one, but I would argue it's gotta happen here, right, Saf? Because like the first checkpoint is so easy to often break here, and then you don't have to go that much farther forward to just be in their plat and in their base. So this one is going to be really, find that and go as far forward as you can. I'm looking specifically to at that bubble from Light Bulb, which could be a huge play here if you can pop that right in front of the spinner and pick up and carry it through that bubble to safety. That's quite a bit of points you can put on the board.
Yeah, as long as you Legend of Zelda time it when you get the bow and you're in the room with the spinny object, and you gotta hit it just right because that pedestal is spinning. So you gotta hit that bubble just right to try to jump through and make it over to the pedestal.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're loading back into this room. We've got it all up. These teams are ready to go back into the fight. Starry Deco versus Coughing Babies here at Museum de Alfonsino. We are ready for this match 3 of Grand Final. Saf, let's see what's coming out. We see the roller, the Splatana, and again, the bubble mini coming out. Exactly what I wanted to see from them.
Carbon versus Carbon.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, we've got 2 Carbons,
Insane.
those deadly Inkzukas that can come out. And this is not the kind of Rainmaker comps I ever expect to see.
Well, I know you kind of get used to the same formula, but then when you see something interesting, you're like, now what is actually going on here? Because
there
now
isn't
they're
a single shooter in this lobby, Saf.
There is not a single shooter, which I can appreciate, and I always do appreciate because I'm like, what insane stuff is gonna happen next year? Look at that. Brutus had eyes on Noise coming through there, and Noise was immediately taken out. That call out was made. Rainmaker still neutral in the center with 3 members going down though on Starry Deco. This could be a really good time for Coughing Babies to try to get some forward momentum here, but they kind of wasted their time a little bit as the Rainmaker was about to be picked up, and then their Carbon immediately goes down. So I think Starry Deco is just going to take full advantage of that here and try to pick up and get a couple points going.
They're gonna try to, but of course you've got Coughing Babies already ready. Wishmaker there tries to get them on the side, but misses, and they barely miss that Booyah Bomb.
Barely!
This is huge. The Carbon Roller isn't gonna be able to stop them, and that is the first checkpoint break there for them. The Zuka coming out too late to being able to stop it. That is going to be great for Starry Deco. Now Coughing Baby is gonna have to drop that out of their base and look for a first checkpoint break themselves, but not if the Wiper's there already ready to say something about it, but a double is great way to trade that out at the very least.
I know, and it's like, and another thing, but they did this, and this happened, but then, and this happened. Both teams are responding really well. I know, it happens
so fast.
It happens so fast, but look at this. Both teams are responding to each other so well because one goes down in trade. But then 2 more go down, but then, oh, guess what? 2 more are going to go down in a trade. Ivy's going to be popping that Killer Whale, though, trying to push one into a corner, causing a little bit of poking damage, but not enough for any more splats to be taken by Starry Deco to extend this push here because, as you can see, they have to back up. Coughing Babies now being the victors in the popping game here. But, I mean, Starry Deco has a really good foothold of the middle spinner and of this midsection. As you can see, one member was trying to push there, but ultimately ended up going down. They want to try to get in on this ramp area, but not before Hyperst is going to push forward there, pushing and propelling the knockout. So Coughing Babies now has the time to respond here. They have the rain coming out to get a little bit more poke. They need to try and reverse this lead, and that is going to start by taking this first checkpoint.
But the Noisiest gonna have absolutely none of that, coming in to mop things up, and now Wishmaker going down as well. And you got the fight with Ivy and the Carbon. That's not a fight you see often. The Carbon going to be able to win that, leaving just Light Bulb out. Now Coughing Babies has turned that situation on its head. Wishmaker here trying to get some space in mid, but unfortunately going down. And just as fast as Coughing Babies had turned the situation around, Starry Deco does it, and then, Coughing Babies does it right again. It's just back and forth, trade versus trade versus trade going on. They need to get this space in front of the Rainmaker, though. They're starting to finally bring mid into their control, but they're not going to make that jump until they get some solid picks, which they're trying to do right now with that Carbon Roller.
Yeah, it seems like they just both keep trying to go for the picks that they want. You can see Hypers picking up the Rainmaker, but they were able to paint their feet just enough so that they had to fall back down into the midsection. I mean, it's taking advantage of your, like, when you have the right numbers, which is exactly what Starry Deco is going to try to do here once again. But when it just becomes such a scrappy fight from both sides, it's like, what can you do?
Yeah, Saf, for sure. And it's going to be a tough one for them, too, especially as you see that Starry Deco's already ready to collapse on them. And right now, it's on the Coughing Baby side of the map. And with a full wipeout there, that could be potentially huge for Starry Deco if they're able to get this pop fast. But unfortunately, the jump-in's taking a little bit too long, giving Coughing Babies a lot of time to respawn. You can see now that they're kind of caught back up in this corner once again. The Carbon Roller dropping down, trying to find some picks, but leaving just the Rainmaker up in a really unfortunate position. I mean, Coughing Babies finally gets the wind kind of back in their sails, and if they move fast here with this cooler, they can take mid, and they'll be back fast if they go down.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the most scrappy Rainmaker battle I think I have ever witnessed, because before you can say anything, it's like, well, this person traded, but now 2 people go down, but then now this person's down, but this person's back in mid, but now the Wipers just went down. The Booyah is online right now for Coughing Babies. They're looking to try to get this first checkpoint, but not before the Carbon Roller breaks in and takes them out, and then there's only 3 members left alive. Like, it's all just happening so fast, and it's so scrappy. But again, Starry Deco coming out on top with the undeniable defense. Because, again, they were able to defend their lead and just play defensively. They've done it once with a very narrow lead. They can do it again when they have a little bit more room to breathe. And they just did it here.
And once again, you know, another Rainmaker game where I was like, oh, surely we're going to see both checkpoints break. And they don't. They don't at all. They did such a great job of holding back Coughing Babies on that defense, and I think that you saw really well that they were just kind of played the paint their feet game. And you know, sometimes that's all it takes in Rainmaker, because once you know you want to try to make a jump or really move, and you've got people like the Wiper there just in your face and putting you in their ink, it's really hard to get anything done.
Yeah, that so scrappy, so incredibly scrappy. You had really good plays coming from both sides. You had multiple doubles. You had people going in and responding and taking and winning the fight that someone else started. So a lot of assists happening, but it just very little movement because so much fighting was going on. Objective was definitely secondary here. Like, it had to be, because there would be somebody in your face immediately before you could even think to try to push the objective forward.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what's going to go on there. And you know, Saf, speaking of pushing objective sword, right? Clamplets, Inkplot Art Academy. We're going to go back to class here pretty soon. I'm really interested to see what's going to go on here. This is, again, we're repeating maps a lot. We just saw this earlier on in the battle of Starry Deco versus Turbulent Toddlers, and it's that map that I said, if they didn't get that clutch defense on, we would see a different battle here. We would have seen a 3-0 Turbulent Toddlers, and this would be a completely different fight happening right now in Grands. So the question is now, with these back and forth games like they're having, Sav, how are they going to be able to hold on? And, you know, the keys that I think that they really, really got going for them, again, are Light Bulb and Ivy. I think that if we see that, I want to see the switch from the Zinc Mini back to the regular Mini with that hammer that they had to really charge forward.
I disagree. I think the Bubble Mini here would be better.
I just know a lot of their key plays last time were made by that stamp going in, and it's what caused a lot of trouble for Turbulent Toddlers to be able to do anything. So I really want to see that. Now, I think both are good. Because you could also always just pop a bubble and grab free jumps in, right? But a running theme across Clam Blitz games recently has been having enough clams to really be able to score. So if we don't have extra clams, how much extra effort is that bubble providing? And it looks like it's not going to be providing any, because we do see the switch back to the hammer.
Okay. You take your victory lap. You take your pat on the back in your victory lap. All right. We hear you.
I will. Oh, I will. But they do have a different bubble, Saf, if you'll notice. They have a bubble in the red vanilla splat roller.
Okay, yeah, I can get along with that, with having that curling bomb as well, especially to shoot it up those ramp areas. Frequently, that's usually a good spot to be firing those off. But once again, neutral fight until someone can get the man advantage, which is usually what happens here, because obviously you want as much space to get to the basket as possible. But from the start, Starry Deco has a really great opening here. They are the ones finding picks very slowly. 2 members going down. Noisy is firing off some missiles there, but unfortunately going down. But that is going to be 3 members of Coughing Babies going down here, even though Hype is going to be the one to have a power glam going down in the trade. But there's nobody from Starry Deco. There they go. There they are. They were just taking a little bit of a break, a breather, had to drink some water. But Starry Deco now has control of mid. Everybody going down in that soft wipe scenario, but nobody had clams and no one was there to try to follow it up. So kind of unfortunate there for both sides. And the battle has ended? Question mark?
Let me use. It looks like there's currently some complaints of lag going on right now in the Battlefy chat. So, I'm not sure. I'm not really noticing much going on the stream. Somebody DC'd. I didn't notice that. Oh, okay. Somebody, like, after... I'm sorry, I don't even think y'all can hear Jorian. But, like, they left the lobby, but not during the game. Okay. Well, that's
okay. Well, maybe we can take a brief recess while we get the lobby back together.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I do. We'll let time figure that out. Time can hold it down. Time can get this sorted all right back up. But I'm interested to see the change in Starry Deco that I just talked about when we were loading in, which is that stamp to make plays. And guess what? We're still seeing that bubble. So we're both going to have a little bit of a victory lap, Saf, because that roller, I think, could work out really, really well for them.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The roller, I think, especially with that curling bomb getting in really fast and trying to put a bubble to provide safe passage for their clam carrier could be really major. But I mean, as far as opening fights, though, I think Starry Deco had a pretty good advantage getting the 3 down situation on Coughing Babies. But I mean, there was just nobody there to follow up, though. So it's like they have one thing like hook, line, and sinker, but then they're just missing the second component kind of thing. Like no one was there to follow up and take advantage of everybody being down, and there was no clams for any on the map anywhere for anyone to use. So just unfortunate, but hopefully we maybe see some shaping up occur, and we can see a more successful push happen in the future.
Yeah, so it looks like right now, looks like our official ruling is that will be counted as the one DC replay, but we're going to be trying to get back here into the game. So it looks like we will still be picking up from this game 4. We won't go straight on to game 5. But yeah, this is an interesting situation to find us on. This is tournament point for Starry Deco, so there is a lot of pressure on the line at the moment. Oh, yeah, they would have. Thanks, Jorian. Yeah, if it did go to Starry Deco from that game end, the tournament would be over anyways. So we're gonna go in and maybe see if it knocks out here, or if we're able to get into potentially a game 5 situation if Coughing Babies is able to pull out a victory here.
Yeah, because it's been a little bit since Coughing Babies has found another loss until they got up here in Grand Finals against Starry Deco. So, I mean, Starry Deco had such a strong opening on that last game. So when we go back in here again, what is going to be different? What's going to change? But Starry Deco is locked in and loaded. They're ready to go. So I think it's Coughing Babies that has a little bit of stress on the line here because they don't want to be out just yet. They're trying to stay in, and they're also flexing their rules if they want to, which I think is totally appropriate and allowed, and just asking for clarification. So we're going to get back into it now, though. So once again, we're in on game number 4. We're at match point between Starry Deco, Coughing Babies. We are under pressure for Chill Season Junior Draft. Take a look. I think we're still going to probably be seeing the same weapons here, but for opening statements, how is that going to go? What's going to change? is Starry Deco going to come out on top once again? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, let's see. And, yeah, it has to stay the same. It was treated as a DC replay, so they have to stay on those same weapons. Right now, the fight going down in mid. Starry Deco takes an early one down, but they trade that pretty quickly as these scrappy fights continue to happen. There's 2 down, now 3 down on the side of Coughing Babies. Make that basically a delayed wipe. The Power Clan make that 2 online on the side of Starry Deco, but they both miss. A double miss there. They're able to find one and pick it up. Not quite able to get the second one to save that 60-point or 40-point push, but oh, Saf, the double miss has to feel really rough right now.
Yeah, that's definitely upsetting. Getting a little bit ahead of yourself, feeling a little overconfident. But it can happen. It happens to the best of us. So it's just remember keeping a level head, holding yourself back a little bit, going in with the team, like not trying to rush it sort of thing. Lightbulb in a really good position, but there is another DC on the side of Coughing Babies, and unfortunately, because they already used their DC, they have to play this out. So Starry Deco finding the wipeout scenario with that DC in hand and also having the basket broken open.
Yeah, and they're trying to get some clams forward. Don't have a lot to be able to add here, but Saf, I've seen teams come back from worse, and oh, actually, there goes a second Saf. So now this is a little bit of a 2v4 going on. You see Hypers there in the corner just trying to have a fun time, it looks like, and now, Saf, this is unfortunate, but it does look like this probably is just going to be now at this point Starry Deco looking to just make those clams and try to get the final points going.
Yeah, it looks like they were kind of just trying to wait to find all the clams that they could and try to finish out the game here. That is super unfortunate though. Not 1 DC but 2, and then especially in such a key game like this, that's got to be really, really frustrating. That's got to be really frustrating for Coughing Babies.
Yeah, it definitely does, Saf. So, and now, now they're kind of stuck here too until Starry Deco gets the clams, or, maybe we see the most insane ever turnaround, the play of the century from Coughing Babies, but it'd be very hard pressed at this point.
I mean, it looks like they were trying there though, because they did pop juice, they did get 2 down, so it is an even fight. It is an even fight right now. I mean, I don't know.
I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah,
Actually,
right?
I don't know if I've seen crazier things happen. Maybe I'm lying there on the internet for funsies. But Hyper's here trying to make something together, charging up there, using that Inkstorm as cover, but just not quite able to get it in. You gotta
give them a pat on the back for honestly trying, because they were close. At least like popping the basket, like they were close.
They certainly did. And now you've got all these clams here. They just need 3 more. Gonna turn around and try to find them. Between Lightbulb and them, they have enough. You kind of see 1 clam thrown there as they continue to try to throw the clams. But they need to get, they need to get the rest of Coughing Babies out of there. There goes the clams. They're in there now. Saf, 12 points remaining. Here are the rest of the clams to finish that up. And there's your knockout. Starry Deco gonna be your winners for Juniors draft. Unfortunate final game there.
Yeah, that's a rough way, a really rough way to end it. You hate to see it. But I have to appreciate the fact that near the end there, that Coughing Babies didn't want to at least try to not give him the knockout. I can tell that they were feeling pretty defeated after that, because I mean, at that point, what can you do? And you kind of just have to go with it and roll with the punches. But I appreciate that in those final moments, they still tried to go in and take the fight and actually make an attempt to pop basket. I think that would have been insanely impressive. And I think it would have been insanely impressive if they were to able to lock it down and not even allow them to get the knockout. That would have been really cool. But you know what? They did their best. They felt pretty... It seems like the defeat was already there pretty early on, so... GG's to Starry Deco. Would like to see these 2 teams face off again in the future, though, wherever that may be.
Yeah, absolutely, Saf. Huge congratulations to Starry Deco. Taking the win there. Oh, I'm getting pinged. 1 second. Take over, Saf. Speak words.
Wow. Anyways, stretch. Make sure you stretch today. This is a long time to be sitting for a tournament, especially if you're playing. Even if you're watching, but especially if you're playing and you haven't really taken a break, make sure you take a break. Go for a little walk, get some steps in, drink some water. But yeah, no replay, unfortunately. Our streamer actually has to get going, sadly. So we do not have enough time for a replay. So the game will be going to Starry Deco. They will be the winners of this junior draft. But we appreciate Coughing Babies putting in their effort. Again, would love to see these teams face off again in the future. If they do face off again in the future, let us stream it, please. Obviously, we all would really like to see a true finish and ending to that. So if you're listening out there, Starry Deco, Coughing Babies, let us know if you actually legitimately rematch, and whatever lag problems get fixed underway. Let us know. We want to watch and see what you do. But in general, that's going to do it for us here today over for Under Pressure. So, Toma, tell us now, where can we find you? Where can I look on the internet if I look up Toma on Google and I type and I go, I'm feeling lucky? Where can I find
well,
you?
if you do that, you probably might just meet the face of a beloved Genshin Impact character and not find my socials. But if you want to find my socials, you can find them on Twitter at CrestofGautier or here at Twitch at twitch.tv/ttoma_, where I just got my capture card in and set up this morning. So I've got,
Hooray!
Fun Splatoon action planned for that. But Saf, where can we find you?
You can find me over on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's. You can find me standing out in the rain because it's been very, very rainy and cold here. You can find me drinking kombucha pretty much once a day. You can find me roaming the streets of Austin, Texas in May for LTC. Hopefully, if any of you are going, please don't be afraid to come and say hi if you want to. Thank you, Jorian, for being our streamer today. Shout out to you. Shout out to Elemental, who let us use their channel, and this is their tournament that they put together. Shout out to staff for doing this for us today. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. This has been Saf, Toma, and Jorian on Under Pressure Chill Season Junior Draft. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks. See you around.